Go! Go!
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Pro Analysis video. This is Super Johnny, joined by Ocean Sharma alongside with me like always, and we're going to be taking you through the tournament, the top performing teams, the top players, and a lot of other things.
We're definitely going to be discussing all those things in a nutshell when we talk about it. But before we begin, right, this tournament is massive with its prize pool for starters, $150,000 on the line for the teams, bragging rights again and again, and well, again, the division that the tournament has for itself, starting up from the qualifiers, going to the leagues and to the finals to get those bragging rights and money. Well, I'm really excited.
Well, so am I. So let's get this party started. So hopefully you guys know what's coming up next. If you don't, it's our top 3 predictions. We try our very best to figure out who or which teams we will be seeing in the top 3 at the end of the tournament. And for now, in no particular order, the first team we want to talk about, it's going to be IHC Esports.
The team has definitely made their name for themselves when we talk about the competition overall, and that competition is what they are going to be dragging forward against their opponents. And definitely talking about the opponents, I believe we have another name for us.
Exactly, and that is going to be Stalwart Esports, a team that first of all came out of nowhere, beat Zeus Esports as IHC was called back then, and then they were like the team to look out for at any given tournament they were a part of. Stalwart Esports, this lineup has a lot of experience. They have really aggressive players. I mean, talk about what Action does inside of the game. It's just brilliant and scary.
Yeah, he just takes everyone down, but then that's not just it. When we talk about our third name, we have Skylightz Gaming on that name. When we have had this conversation before. I mean, this is the team for starters with the previous name, that is DRS. They kind of just defeated Zeus in its purpose of qualifying through PMPL points. Then they went on and dominated on the global level in front of the biggest names on the roster for themselves. And well, after that, they showcased why that team, that name needs to be there. So these 3 names, I'm pretty sure they are just bringing in the heat.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be talking about the top 3 individual players that we would want to see at the end of the finals on the overall elimination leaderboard. And starting things off, it is a no surprise, no-brainer that we will be talking about Action from Stalwart Esports.
Just as we've talked about this before, right? Action has the record of the fastest 1v4 with a Thompson on the map of Sandhawk in the final circle to get a chicken dinner for himself, and that just keeps him up at that position. And not just that though, he is the one who actually gets onto his own name, that is Action Pack Performance. He gets hold of the players like Pika, Top, the ones that are dedicated snipers, or the ones that are just giving out all the important calls, and he gets onto those calls, he gets onto those fights, he gets onto that game. But well, if we're talking about action on the surface, it should not be an dicey situation for the next player that we're going to be talking about.
Exactly, because IC from IHC Esports has been on Action's tail for almost about a year now, and he has been trying to push this king of aggression off his throne for a really long time, and IC's performance keeps on improving. So coming into this tournament from the last PMPL, I think IC might just take the crown away from Action, and it's not going to be long before we see even IC take a hit, because even he has someone on his tails, and that is Nima from Skylightz Gaming.
Nima, if you want to talk about it, right, the player has shown incredible performance in the previous tournaments. I still remember it was a circle around Ferry Pier-ish area and the lad was surviving, and it's not just him, if you just, say, it's his teammates as well that are giving him that opportunity to be free when they are playing. AJ just coming out there, Galzen, an impressive fragger for the team, just, comes out, and Muffin Ninja as well. So it's a team performance, but Nima is the one that just likes to stay one step ahead of his team to get his team where his team needs to be, and well, that is one step ahead to the competition.
Alright, so Ocean, I feel like things are getting a little too stale now. It's time to add some masala.
Yeah, let's add some spice. And spice, when we talk about it, right, it's all about the rivalries that just, comes down to the players and the teams. But I would say we just can have two different sorts of rivalries for themselves. The first one starts up with IHC and Stalwart, because, well, these names have been there where the competition is at its toughest, and they have had that cutthroat competition for themselves to showcase who's the topper in the class, I would say.
Exactly, because that's what's been going. I mean, we know IHC, the lads, they have been in incredible form since they started playing, and every single tournament, it's just Stalwart Esports, the team that seems to be standing in their way and standing right in front of the trophy.
I would remember the times when Zeus wanted to just, get a hold of Astro Academy, so they landed on Novo Repno in the final game, and well, they got beaten up. That's the rivalry that I'm talking about should happen this time. But then, there's not just that, it's Skylightz and DRS as well. Two amazing names, but one's like the master of the other, or is the young blood master of the other one? You never know.
I mean, it's kind of like a face-off situation wherein the old DRS is the current Skylightz Gaming, the old Wizards Wives is the now DRS, but they still have to take revenge because the players are playing from a different organization now. So it's a completely, story filled with lots of curves and a lot of plot twists, but at the end, only one will stand champion, only one will be crowned champion, and we are here to find out who that will be.
Exactly.
Alrighty, now it's time to talk about the real game changers of the tournament, the team that we call Dark Horses.
Well, it's kind of a team that we have seen, we have known their gameplays in an incredible way, but the only thing is, it's just that, last days sometimes are always last days for them to just, get down from the first position. Well, we're talking about Deadeyes Guys, and well, the team has definitely done incredible for themselves. They are the Dark Horses still, and they are the only team that has had the privilege to be representative of themselves in every single PMPL since the PMPL has started. So, yeah.
Exactly, but as you've been talking about their story, in fact, it always remains the same. During the league stages, they do incredibly well. You start to expect them to be in the top 3, be in the top 2, or maybe even lift the trophy in the finals, but the finals, oh, it seems like they're cursed for them.
I hope the curse gets broken though.
Hopefully it's lifted. So that's about it for the pro analysis. Now, let's remember, there is a lot of things for these teams to fight for. For example, the $150,000 US that are going to be there. But where do you guys catch all the action? Well, you can catch the action on our YouTube channel, that's right there, and follow us on our socials as well. Until next time, we will wait for you guys on the battlefield. So take care. See you again.
Each new era needs new champions. But to become one needs to rise to the challenges. Persevere through failures. One needs to fuel the inner fire. PMPL South Asia Spring 2022. The dawn of new champions.
Well, it is the dawn of the new champions, ladies and gentlemen, because we are finally here. Welcome all of you to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Spring Season of 2022. This is Warren Super Johnny John, joined by Ocean Sharma, and this event, ladies and gentlemen, is brought to you by the official smartphone partner of PUBG Mobile Esports in South Asia, Oppo. Ocean, how are you feeling? We are here again. This time, the league stage is all about to begin.
Yeah, and we're definitely missing out on a few names when we talk about it. I mean,
Yeah.
you introduced me, but where's that mad scientist, man? I mean, come on, that's something that's missing. And if you talk about it, what were the other names? I mean, I reckon a few like Panda Bros were there. I mean, they're definitely one half of the Panda Bro will be arriving soon, though. But like, what were the other names, though?
I mean, so stuff happened, right? But here we are again. I mean, whoever showed up. And apart from that, I think a lot of upgrades on the other desks, though. So for all the South Asian audience that used to watch the Nepali broadcast, I think they're going to be enjoying the show as well. But for the English audience, ladies and gentlemen, we are still here. We are never leaving, Ocean. And I myself, we are always going to be here with you guys.
You can't make us leave. Only way is like you can maybe just take us down and loot from our crate, but still we'll still be there. Someone will be there to revive us, and we'll be back here on the next iteration of Pro League, though. But this time, this is all about this one. So when we talk about it, the competition is definitely getting fiercer and fiercer, and well, with each and every passing second, things, I mean, they're going to be heated up.
I mean, things are definitely going to get heated up because every single time we are here in the Pro League, I mean, we've seen the reigning champions fall down, new teams rise up. I mean, there's definitely the rivalry that is always talked about, like the lads from DRS are going to be there this time under a new name, though. DRS Gaming is also going to be present with a new set of players playing under the banner. Then there is Atrax Esports. If you guys are tuning another new team, right? A new team, fresh team for the first time. I mean, the banner of IHC is going to be here for the first time, but the players playing it, they have been here since the start. So is Stalwart Gaming. So a lot of big names to discuss.
Well, a lot of things have definitely changed. Players have moved from here to there. New teams have formed. New names have come up. But at the end, the craze remains same. Or even so, it has been increasing ever since as well. And that's what, drives PUBG Mobile all together in its own speed. And trust me, we love the way it is.
Exactly. And you know what else we love? The format that is there, ladies and gentlemen, for the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia. And I think it's tried and tested, this format, right? We always have the same things happen. 20 teams begin the league stages, out of which only 16 get to play the Super Weekends where the points are actually counted. So how do you get to the Super Weekend? You play the league play days. The 20 teams have been divided into 5 groups. Each group consisted of 4 teams each. And these groups are going to play matches for the 2 league play days that are going to be there. You perform well, stay in the top 16 during the league play, you make it to the Super Weekend, you play the 3 days of the Super Weekend, and then at the end of 3 weeks, if the total tally of the standings of the Super Weekend points keeps you in the top 16 over there, then you get to play the final. So it is a long journey, as I said, 3 weeks of the normal league stages, and then we have the finals happening. So we're going to be here for a while.
We definitely are going to be, and trust me, we're going to be enjoying everything as it just goes down. You just as you talk through it, 24th is where the finals are definitely going to be happening. We see all the Super Weekends that are there in their own glory, and trust me, it just comes down to, imagine, we've talked about this before as well, Johnny. We'll talk about this right now, and we'll keep on talking about this. A team that fails to just deliver on that set, maybe on the first league play week, on the second one, the points are not there, and that creates a lot of difference. Like, you won't be able to get the points, and your points are something that are taking you to the prize pool.
Exactly. That's extra added pressure right there. $150,000, ladies and gentlemen, on the line. Winner, chicken dinner in Super Weekend. You win one game, you get an additional $1,000 added to your bank, to the prize money that you're going to be getting at the end of the tournament. Plus, let's not forget, there is the prize money for the top 16 teams that make it to the finals as well. There's $1,000 for the tournament MVP, and just for being part of the league stages, you get $2,500 for each team. So yeah, there's a lot of money in terms of the prize pool, and I think that is again additional pressure for the teams to fight before they go into every single match, because in order to maximize your money, you need to make sure you're consistently getting point in every single game. And this is the point structure. Again, tried and tested, old as time itself. We are seeing this for, I don't know, the nth time in front of us. Finish first, you get 15 points. Finish second, you get 12 points. Finish third, you get 10 points. Finish fourth, you get 8 points, and so on. Ocean, it's been years. Do you finally have a rhyme?
First gets you 15, second gets you 12, third gets you 10, fourth gets you 8, fifth gets you 6, sixth gets you 4. I mean, that's what it is. I mean, that is here to stay. And, well, if you don't want to stay, that's 13 to 16. But no one would want to stay there. I mean, I can have a word around that. But, well, let's talk about the teams that are out here, the squad rosters. And, well, we saw the groups that they're going to be. So, Group A. That's where we are starting our journey from. IHC, as we talked about, it's Seal, Atrax. I mean, we have heard of these names, Phantom Esports. They definitely are here to just, make up their own game for themselves. But, man, Seal, we know things, they tend to sometimes go bad for this team after the first super weekend here and there.
I mean, they're always pretty phenomenal in the first week. After that is when the fall-off occurs. So I think Seal Esports this time, strats need to be prepared for how they are going to take things on in the second week and in the third. Atrax Esports is a team that I find very interesting because there's sort of a mixed match going on. You have young blood as well as veterans, Gyante and Chante from the previous seasons that we have seen them perform. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how the synergy is going to be between those lads. And then there's Deadeyes Guys. Quite consistent in making it to the PMPL every single season. They've been part of the international circuit since the start. So again, this time, hopefully we see them be more consistent and lift the trophy going on into the championship, of course.
Well, definitely. But now, this is where Group B story just, ends down. You see how they have just, made their way through PMPL Season 4's PMPL qualifiers. I mean, all these teams have had their set of journeys for themselves, and that is something that just, keeps on going and growing with these teams when we talk about this group. I mean, raw, high voltage, Deadeyes Guys, Venom Legends, just like you said, right? No one, it's like, no one will just ever call them the new names because we know about their journeys, and so are the teams here as well. ElementriX, one of the finest names for the region when it comes down to their gameplays and game styles. One of the oldest names, in fact. Savage Esports, we know about the 1952, another incredible team. Vibes, I mean, they have their own vibe that they have been going through since the last times. We know about these players. Vishal, previously, has been a different team as well, but now just coming down to Joker, Malik, Jiggle definitely has a lot of tricks up his sleeve when it comes down to the gameplays.
Yeah, definitely. I completely agree with that. I mean, Vibes Esports is always going to be that wildcard team that is definitely, their performances in a few games are going to be on point and they're going to make you hopeful. But it's delivering on those expectations where we've seen Vibes struggle in the past. This time, hopefully, things are going to be better for them. But again, moving on to Group D, ladies and gentlemen, we have Skylightz Gaming. Do I need to introduce this lineup, Ocean? Does this lineup need introduction? Mafia Ninja, AJ,
to me,
Galson,
no.
Nima, Mr. Boro. Yeah, I think people know quite a lot about Skylightz Gaming, A1 Esports. The new lineup of DRS Gaming, although, is going to be quite interesting because previously playing under a different banner, Rules, Delta, Killer, Rebel, Reaper, these lads have shown that they have what it takes to compete on the highest tier. But last time we also discussed is just the little bit lack of experience on the big stages might have been the reason why we did not see them be sort of what they were meant to be on the international circuit. But they do know how to conquer this particular stage.
And then there is Stalwart Esports, a team that has showcased their amazing performance, not just on the regional levels, but they have made their names and waves onto the international levels as well. Pekka, Action, Scry, Top, Senator. I mean, Senator, when it comes down, right, he has been there to guide the team throughout. I've had conversations with Senator as well, like here and there, and definitely he has lots of tricks up his sleeve. Pekka definitely just coming down as a brilliant player. We know Miramar just comes down to be a strong part of this team because they rely more on DMRs, bolt actions here, and that just comes really good. And then the other teams as well, like T2K. So these teams are there in their best ways. JyanMaara, 7C. we know these teams are capable, but then again, not everyone wins. It all just comes down to your individual hard work, and when it gets combined with the four players, that's where the story is made.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the four lads that are going to be performing in the matches are going to be the most important for the teams, because if they can't handle the pressure, if there is even the slightest bit of
I
miscommunication
mean,
between the teammates, it can cause a massive blunder in the game. And we've seen that time and time again. So this time, again, a fresh start for everyone. So we're going to be cheering on for basically every single team, ladies and gentlemen. But let's also have a look at the schedule, because as you might have noticed, there are 5 groups. Every single group has 4 teams. That's like 20 teams. And in every single game we only have 16, right? So there's going to be group rotations, obviously, along with the maps that keep on rotating. Week 1 has been dedicated to just Erangel and Miramar. Week 2 onwards, week 2 we will see Sanok, and then week 3 we will again see Miramar. In the league play days on the super weekend, it's all 3 maps. So game number 1 is Erangel. We will see the first 4 groups perform: A, B, C, and D. Once we move to match number 2, then it's going to be Group D sitting out and Group E stepping into the circuit on Miramar, and the rotation is going to be the same as you guys can see on your screen. So it's pretty standard. We've been through this time and time
Yeah.
again, so don't worry if you guys get a little bit flustered. We are here. We're going to take you through the
I mean,
action.
Yeah, I mean it's a simple thing though. Just remember A B C D E. Reverse that, and that team is sitting out from each and every game, right? E sits
Yes.
out in the first one, D then. So it just comes down to like that. That's the way we do things out here, and trust me, that is the best way to just go throughout the journey of the matches when it comes down. A B C
Yep.
D. These 4 groups are gonna be just fighting out against each other just about right now. And we start off with Erangel, we end with Erangel. What goes around comes around, and well, that's how the storyline reads always.
Exactly. That's how the cookie crumbles. I guess
That's
that
how
was
the
supposed.
cookie crumbles.
Cookie crumbles. Yeah, a little bit of a blunder from my part, but
That
still,
happens.
Ocean, I'm gonna put you under the bus now. So, who do you think has to be which 2 teams do you think this time we'll be seeing competing for the top tier performance going
you
into
know,
the
okay.
finals?
So here's the thing, right? Right
Yeah,
now we have the group system right from the beginning. Obviously, we know in
yeah,
the super weekends there won't be any groups. Obviously, all the 16 teams that just come up, they fight against each other. But right now, think about it. Think about how great it is. I don't know how tiring it's gonna be. Group D
yeah.
has Skylightz, DRS, both the
Oh
names
my
out
God.
there. They have emotions in that one group combined. Whenever they
Yeah.
are fighting all together. Be it the last circle, be it the matches, they will be fighting there against each. So that's just think about it. That's what I'm talking about, right?
Uh,
Group C has ElementriX. So if you're talking about 2 names or something, I mean, these are the names that are definitely out there to look out for. I mean, Skylightz, DRS, that is there. But then
yeah.
again, you cannot rule out IHC, Stalwart. I mean, those are the names as well. If we talk about starting off with the last season, it started
Yeah.
off with aim, assist, off, sound was all those things. These teams they mastered it. They had their doctorate degree in that.
Exactly. I mean, these team adjusted quite nicely, but that is where we saw the lads from Zeus Esports, as they were known back then, struggle a little bit. Then banner has changed, and I mean, we know this lineup. I mean, consisting of IC, Godless,
Yeah.
all being there. I mean, they are used to winning so much that even taking one loss is going to make them feel very bitter. And I expect them to be even more aggressive than they used to be before, especially Godless, because I mean, again, back when Mongolia was just stepping into the professional circuit, I mean, you and I, we started
Yeah.
watching them when they were playing with the Oceania teams, right, in the wildcard circuit. And
Region, yeah.
exactly, back then, I mean, we saw them struggle, but we were easily able to figure out that yes, there is definitely individual skill present in all of these players, and it's just a
So
matter of time before they make a name for themselves on the big stages. And well, finally
you
they
know,
are, yeah, so they need to keep that going. Yeah.
No Chance, Godless, From Hill, Godless, like those names
Exactly.
those were his older teams from where he started. And well, Godless, being an incredible player, represented himself on the PMWL stage as well. Then PMGC, he went on, representing everything to PMGC. And if we talk about
Yeah.
this team, right, not the IHC, but the previous name, that is Zeus. The team at one time in PMGC, they made their marker there by being
Yeah.
in the top 3 in the first, in fact, PMGC out there. But then after that, in the next 365 days, a lot had changed with that team. The team faltered, the team went here and there, they went haywire, left, right, good, bad, ugly, crazy, lots of things happened with them. But now I would say maybe that year was not for them, but now it's a new beginning, it's a new start, it's a new day. So they should just make the most out of it.
I thought you were just about to break out in a song from 007
It's
over
a
there,
new
but
dawn.
yeah.
It's a new... But no.
Yeah. Alrighty, I guess we're not going to hear Ocean sing for the
First
first
things
time on
first,
the
no.
broadcast.
It's just I'll sing so good. I don't want any copyright strikes. First things first, and second thing is I don't want people. They're like, oh man, he shouts already. Don't just start this one. Like, come on.
I mean, yeah, I think leave some talent
Self-burns,
for the
those are
rest of
rare.
us. I guess that's what I would say.
Yeah, but still, now coming back to the conversation, just like we talked about the Mongolian teams. Definitely, they are there, but this region that we are going to be just seeing them go against and against again and again, time in time out, they have done incredible things against the region of Nepal. That is where we saw the previous DRS, the ex DRS, now Skylightz, right? The team definitely knows their composure. They know what they're doing. And they know what they'll keep on doing, because there have been moments, you remember, right? It was a very pure circle. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure our audience would be remembering this as well. 2 seasons back, AJ survived on 1 HP from 12th position, took his team to top 4. Just think
Yeah.
about those moments when they come to him. He had no healings, nothing, was on 1 HP, still survived in the area around Ferrypier. That's the amount of dedication when, that's the discipline that it comes down to these players sometimes. And well, we would love to see those things again, because that's what, gets going.
I mean, those are the moments that we particularly wait for, because those are the moments that they just keep living on in time endlessly, especially in the day and age of social media. I mean,
Yeah.
you're just gonna keep you're just gonna keep on seeing those same clips when you talk about the players again and again and again, and they immortalize the lads. I mean, as you so wonderfully said, I mean, this situation that is there between DRS and Skylightz Gaming right now, I mean, two of the biggest names that represent Nepal on the international circuit every single time. There's definitely a lot of pressure on the lads, but Skylightz Gaming, the lineup there is right now, I believe, since there is a lot of synergy between them, they're used to this sort of situation. I don't think there's going to be much of an impact with them being here. They're still going to be a top performing team. I mean, the worst case scenario for them is like a third or a fourth place finish. I see them definitely doing that minimum for Skylightz Gaming. DRS, again, I mean, it should be pretty standard for the team to make it to the top 5. I mean, considering the performances they've put in the past. And ladies and gentlemen, we do see the players on our screen. Everyone is all set for action, and you know what that means. That means coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, in a few more seconds, is going to be the flight path on the very first game, the map of Erangel for the PMPL South Asia Spring season of 2022. And I just have one question for everyone that's tuning in right now, and you guys can let us know in the chat. Are you ready for the action to begin?
If you guys are, then let's get it started, because this is the first game that's coming up right in front of our screens, the game of Erangel, Group A, B, C, and D. Ladies and boys and girls, day 1, match 1 of PMPL South Asia Spring 2022 is here in the flight path. Well, it shows as it is going from the backlines of Georgopol Hill, going all the way down to Novorepnoi, as we see it. Ferrypier, Primos, Query, Pochinki, Milta, Novorepnoi, military base, good areas to drop down. And well, let's see what the teams are doing. And right off the bat, we see IHC dropping down to the areas of Georgopol.
Well, definitely this is going to make things a lot more interesting. Now, Raw going up north as well. We do see them take an interesting position on the map, but this plane path right now, Ocean, this is going to make the early game situation a lot more interesting for the teams that do try and land towards the northeastern part of the map. Although, I would say there's one team that's not playing right now and they're going to regret they're not in this game. That is definitely Skylightz Gaming, because we all know who likes to go toward Novorepnoi, right?
That's true. That's true, but looks like a few of our friends do have a few different plans, for themselves when we talk about it. Well, the circle, for the first time in the history, ladies and boys and girls, the circle is not the southern circle. Or otherwise, we have seen, for the first games, most of the times, in the competitive lobby, we see a southern circle, but well, it's not the case. So we see a zone that goes around the areas of Rozhok to George Pole, the river area in between. But well, Mafia Ninja on the other side already under a lot of pressure. As well, all right. What is it? Imagine if Mafia Ninja just takes his buggy and runs away.
Yeah.
Imagine. Mafia, come on, man, come on. No, he's just one with the nature right now. He is just a. Oh my God.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh.
This is a good start for Mafia Ninja right now.
This is a good start for Mafia Ninja, and I believe he has already called for backup as well. This could be a massive blunder for Mad Max and Phantom Esports if they let him go right now. They have to try and go for the finish. That man is just sitting behind a tree and hiding.
What is happening on the other side, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as you see the factory area that there is behind Miltapar, and in between Milta and Miltapar, you see the factory area, and well, there are people, but they are higher up onto the sky, onto the top of the roof, and they cannot do anything except one, that is Octopus. But does this Octopus has enough tentacles that he can just take down 4 players right now? Spike, although, has an M4 Glacier. Everybody wants that, but not if you're the opponent. Looks like no one from Venom has enough guns though, so they cannot even be a part of the fight. But Dedicator, he has a nade. Come on, show us a 3-pointer.
I mean, players are just going to get warmed up a little, like still early in the day, so they're just going to take their sweet time to bring the action to the table. And again, we do have Atrax going up against Venom Legends, Gyante, and Argo. It looks like the players from Atrax, they do want to take the fight, but they don't have the weapons to do it, as Gyante with a pistol does manage to dish out some damage, but not enough to get a knock. And look at Dictator. He has, well, Dedicator, he has a nade set up, is going to go for the toss, but fails to hit the mark. No damage dished out, and well, it is the lads from Atrax that do end up with a slight bit of HP advantage, not on like one individual in a 1v1, but as the team's health bars in total. So this situation is looking quite interesting. And now, so Ocean, neither of them can move out as well. They have to take the fight if they want to progress further in the game.
They definitely have to take up the fight if they just, want to move up further when it comes down to the progress of the game. But then again, the most important question is, how are they going to just move out from this area? I mean, it looks like a bit tricky, but then again, things are just, going haywire here and there. You see, this is sort of a, what do you call it? A mud pie situation in which the more you struggle, you're still going to just get down and out in this area. Meanwhile, Seal, well, they have a good deal for themselves, and that is take the entire military base.
Yep, there's no one there to challenge them at this point, and they're all alone. So plenty of time for them to loot and then try and decide when they want to cross the bridge. We have noticed this from Seal Esports in the past. They did like to go for late rotations in the early stages of the match, and that sort of the game gave them trouble post 20 minutes if they manage to survive. Post 20 minutes, you can't avoid fights anymore. You have to take any action that you step your foot towards. So it is going to be quite interesting to see how Seal Esports this time, coming into a new season, will approach the matches, approach the game. But on the other side, ladies and gentlemen, the legends that we have been talking about for a while now on our screens right now, it is going to be Skylightz Gaming. And they also have managed to find a good looting spot for themselves, as they have pretty decent control over the city of Pochinki right now. The only threat, the main threat for them is A1 Esports, who are not exactly in Pochinki. They are towards the farms that are towards the southern location of the southern farms of Pochinki. And moving up north, A1 Esports, there might be a little bit of a collision, but talk about collision. IHC Esports, Godless, finding assault from Raw, and this is not looking good for the team of Raw.
I mean, Raw, they'll have to understand, ruthless, aggressive warriors will be aggressive. Take down the fight on IHC. I mean, that is what is important right now. And we know that these teams also, they just understand each other's game styles, each other's game plans right from the previous seasons. But, well, not every day is Sunday, right? So things do change when it comes down to the game understanding. And that's where it might just not be looking good right now. Hey, don't cry, man. I mean, come on. Don't cry. I mean, come on.
Already.
Not already. I mean, we just started, and sorry with the first circle. Why are you crying? Why are you crying? All right. Oh, a few shots, but not the entirety of the clip.
Yeah, not enough to get a knock, but still, I mean, if IHC Esports decide to go for the hunt right now, I think they can definitely get a good conversion over here because even though the lads from Raw will manage to find their cover, in an instant chase, you won't have time to heal. And well, again, as Ocean used to wonderfully laid the situation out, this is a quicksand for both the teams. The more they try to force the fight, the more of a risk that they are willing to take, and that is just going to mean that they are going to lose out on a lot of players earlier on. So I think for both these teams, Atrax and Venom Legends, they're going to wait for the blue zone damage to kick in, wait for the other team to make the mistake. But this is definitely not good for either of them. They can't loot, they can't move out of this factory, and that is going to mean during the mid game situations, you're going to be left empty handed. You won't have much to play around with.
Definitely. That's how, it is just going to be. But when we just talk about, when we just understand, the meaning of pressure in this kind of lobby, think about it, right? The circle, it's not your best friend. You
Yeah.
are still trying to survive in the situation that's outside the zone. You don't have heals, you don't have anything. What are you doing? I mean, this looks like an average teenager trying to figure out his own life. And, well, he's outside all the comfort zones.
Yeah.
I feel for both teams. I feel for 8 players out of 64 in this lobby right now.
Yeah.
Even if you take think about it, Johnny. Even if you take the opponent down, they even don't have any heal.
Exactly. They can't heal. We're gonna see them fall in this game like nothing. I think both these teams, they are in a world of trouble. They just don't know how big a deal this
Johnny,
is right now.
When we talk about doing homeworks, right, it also means doing understanding the drop locations of your opponents and your own self. I get it. You were supposed to move out, but at least not like this. Play zone, plays, and this is the second knock now for Rage, because he got knocked, and then it's like what, 20 HP is what he gets after the revive. So yeah, and Gyante, I mean, hey, there's a first aid, take it, good. Rafa on the other side with that M16, 30 bullets can go for the burst, but burst M16 versus S12K, we know the damage of S12K would be impressive, but Gyante is taking down on the fight, but Gyante goes down as Rafa with that M16 is trying to do everything, and now the fight just breaks. Hell breaks loose onto this area as Rafa takes one more down. It's down to one more player, but what is going to happen as Ago is coming up as well, but he goes down as well as Rafa takes another one, and Rafa single-handedly is trying to do everything, but the thing is, now he's on low HP. Spike, he's on low HP as well. He will go down, and that is the end of the first team, and this is how this PMPL just starts.
Yeah, the first fight we see is a one that ends in the second blue zone, ladies and gentlemen, and Rafa just showcasing the kind of game sense that he brings to the table. Realizes the opposition does not have enough heals, secures the early 3 points for its team, and then Venom Legends, they end up taking an exit. So still, Venom Legends, they don't go empty-handed. They do get those 3 points for themselves. And ladies and gentlemen, Skylightz Esports, it looks like have already began the party for themselves. Two teams taking an exit in the first 10 minutes of the game. And the next one, I believe it has to be the lads of DRS, as they do struggle a little bit in the blue zone. And we're going to see them make their way in, but a lot of teams trying to play from the edge. So it's going to be quite interesting to see if they actually do make it inside the circle. On the other side, the TRZ against Skylightz Esports, only one option left for the lad from TRZ, Madcat, and that is to disengage since he is outnumbered. On the other side of the ridge, there is the entire team of Skylightz Esports, and he was just there completely isolated, has to fall back, go back to cover with his teammates, and just stay and hold their ground.
They definitely have to just stay onto their own areas, hold their ground, just like you said. But Johnny, this is how the first elimination happens. Think about it, right? This is how, in this PMPL, the first elimination happens. That showcases two things to me. First thing is, teams, they would not want to take up a fight unless they are really confident, because they know if they have done their preparation, their opponents have done the same as well, and that is a good thing, right? But right now, let's talk about this, right? This shift of the zone, obviously just moving down to the right side of Georgia Pole. That's the central area right now, where there are teams still. But look at DRS. Just trying to go for a slightly slower mode of rotation for themselves. Skylightz, on the other hand, they have the hill for themselves. That is quite decent. A1 Esports just trying to get from the areas to the backside of Yasnaya, the petrol pump area, and then they are trying to move forward. Mad Cat, though, it looks like this guy is a pretty good scouter. I mean, he scouted one of the teams previously. Now he's looking onto the areas of ElementriX. This guy is finding out good areas for his team right now when he's scouting.
Oh, but another fight has broken out as the lads from Raw do manage to find the players from Seal Esports in the middle of their rotation, and they have an opening for themselves. It's a 3v4 situation that Seal is trying to avoid. Baron trying to make a run for his life and does manage to get away, but they still do lose out on one of their teammates. Raw off to the races already, and that was a questionable rotation right there. This late in the game, 12 minutes in, you know that the locations around Georgia Pole are going to be very crowded.
They definitely are. They definitely are going to be very crowded on all these situations, though. But the zone starts closing in, and obviously this zone is really important as well, as we just want to talk about the momentum of the teams and their shifts as they're going to be taking up with the circle for themselves. Although, in a while, that is definitely going to happen. But right now, Team Seal, they definitely lost Wally, but still they're trying to move slowly and steadily. Baron, look at his buggy. I mean, definitely got a lot of damage from those shots that the players were taking onto them from Raw. But look at that, Skylightz. Look at the understanding of Skylightz. They heard the shots as well. They got a few shots on them, and they completely are trying to avoid the same rotation as what Seal did. And now they're rotating from the back lines of Georgia Pole. That means they might just need to cross the back end of the bridge, and that's where ElementriX is.
Well, definitely this is looking very interesting because ElementriX, they're about to fall as Liquid is going to be taken out. Another casualty to the hands of Raw, and Raw have picked up 2 kills from different teams. Now, this is going to be very interesting because there's a third team, if you look at the map, on towards the south of the containers, and it is going to be the lads from Skylightz Gaming closing in, and look at that formation. All 4 lads in a straight file, just covering up a lot of area and clearing out a lot of positions as they try and take control of the containers. Raw, they need to finish off this fight as soon as possible if they want to reset before Skylightz Gaming gets here. Otherwise, they're going to be in a world of trouble. And in fact, it's ElementriX who pull the trigger first. They get into their vehicles. They're going to try and get out of containers, try and see if they can move to the northern part of the island. And that is not going to be easy for them. There's like 5-6 different teams already waiting for them on the other side of the bridge.
Well, look at this Muffin Ninja. All right, he wants to take up a fight right now onto his own hands. Meanwhile, Godless, all right, takes down one from DRS at his Delta. He goes down definitely, and that might just be quite a situation that we have onto these lines. Meanwhile, Georgia Pole is definitely being an area to contest around, and I'm pretty sure this is not what everyone wanted right from the beginning. Meanwhile, Vibes, all right. Ryu went down, and Savage's players are definitely trying to get a good hold for themselves, but no, from the back lines, it was Entry who with the Scarl takes down Eisenberg with a headshot. They definitely need the cover of their own players. All right, they are coming up, but look at that Buggy just dancing all by itself.
I mean, we've seen Buggy do weirder things in the past, so not really surprised with this one, but still, I mean, going forward, it's going to be quite interesting to see how the teams are going to react to the fights that are going to break out in a few more minutes, because now there's not a lot of area for these teams to stay on. The team specifically towards the Georgia Pole containers and the city will be required to take the rotation up north, since that is where majority of the circle is, and with 8 seconds for the zone to close in, ladies and gentlemen, it's high time. Everyone's gonna have to show up with a little bit of a hustle in their footstep and try and see what the optimal pathway is going to be. The best case scenario I can see is just trying to go and see if you can try and take the Georgia Pole bridge, the city bridge, because DRS, IHC on the northern city, I mean, they're going to be pretty busy with fighting amongst themselves, and that's the best case scenario for you to see your way in. But even that comes with a lot of risk. In the meanwhile, Savage Esports trying to take fight against multiple teams at the same time. And look at this, Ocean. This is such a beautiful position for them to be in. They have control of the hill. They're on the edge of the circle. This is heaven for teams that like to gatekeep other squads from getting inside the circle. And if Savage Esports, they switch up their game plans right now and decide to gatekeep from this spot, I think with a few smokes, they can definitely set up a lot of cover for themselves. But 1952, they do not want to let them go. Sanchi taking a bit of a damage, but his teammate does find a knock on Entry. The main man from 1952 is down. And if Savage, they go for a push, they might just get a squad wipe in.
They might just get that squad wipe, and then obviously we need to see more and more squads just going out, because that's what the battle royale actually means. 14 teams, 53 players still alive, and obviously, you know, this is going to be quite a bit tricky situation coming down onto the players. And look at the circle shift. That is a good shift, to be honest, taking all the players to the right hand side right now. But high voltage, they are trying to maintain onto their own grounds. Obviously, they're looking onto the back side of the zone. They know they are hearing the voices of the buggies and the vehicles just moving from here to there. And on the other side, it's IHC's Alex taking down one player from TRC. In fact, another one goes down as Godless just tries to charge in and trying to go for the rush onto the opponents for themselves. But then again, the hell is definitely breaking loose onto these areas.
Well, I mean, so it's pretty bad for TRZ right now, because they did in fact end up taking the Georgia Pole Bridge, but what happened was DRS, they disengaged. They moved out of IHC's way. They just let them be by themselves, and DRS moved up north. So that left a lot of room for IHC to actually hold towards the northern Georgia Pool City. But A1 Esports, they find another opening. High voltage, one man down out in the open, and Havoc, I don't see a way for him to come back and do this fight. But whoa, high voltage extreme on the other side, getting a nice trade in. Vadu is down, so it's going to be up to Assassin to see if he can bring his teammates back into the fight. We have Jax from A1 Esports tossing out a nade, and this is looking very interesting. Look at Sixless going absolutely berserk on the opposition. And as we talk about it, high voltage, they're down to the final two players surviving into this fight. This is not looking good for the team, but multiple fights breaking out all over the map. And well, oh, Prabeen, you beauty, does manage to find a knock, but instantly gets traded out by Dante, who was on the flank, all set up to provide cover for his teammate. And as we have the lads of A1 Esports trying to regroup, DRS, this just might be their time to close and capitalize on this fight, secure a few extra kills, extra points, and then try and see if they can hold their ground inside the circle.
Let's see what happens as A1 Esports players, they're still trying to figure out a way to survive onto these kind of end circles as they're coming up forward. As the fourth circle is just, just coming down. The fifth is going to be just coming up in less than 7 seconds. 45 players still alive. High voltage. All right, another elimination just coming up. And now we are down as TRC also bites the dust. And for the players, I mean, look at this. How good of a zone damage is coming up on themselves. They need to go. They need to take up the vehicles for themselves, and then they need to come back to the circle. But well, that's another story now if the players are doing it. But look at the zone as they're shifting up around the sidelines of the northern Georgia Pool onto the northern hilly areas. DRS well there inside the circle. 952 is trying to make their ways inside the circle as well. But Vibes and Seal, they are having their own fight as Seal's Leo takes down one, and Baron is there as well. They're trying to throw in throwables, nades, molotovs, whatever they can find their hands on to take down the players. Malik on the other side, Ryu as well. But will they be able to do everything in their own good manners? One, another nade just goes in. Baron still trying. Oh, the revival has happened. Jiggle just moving out with that jump punch thingy that they do. But Leo, the nade was actually on him though. Did not do much damage still. And now Baron just moving to the back line. Jiggle onto the other side, but Malik on the outside takes down one as he switches his own weapon and is trying to take fights on Seal now. But Seal, will they be able to seal the deal? That is the question, as the smoke is just denying the visions. Ryu still on the outlines, but AJ on the other side trying to take down the players. Oh, that drop shot from Ryu was good for one, but not for the second one, as Demo is still on the other side. And now it's all down to this one lad. Demo, show us a demo of incredible gameplay if you can. But well, with 5 bullets in the weapon, you gotta reload. He does it, but will he be able to survive on the situation? That's the question.
I mean, this is looking pretty bad for Seal Esports right now. They had the advantage. It was a 3v1 situation, 3v2 situation, sorry, and they still try to force the fight against Vibes as they try and back off. The revives are a priority for Vibes right now, and Seal Esports, it looks like Demo, the last man surviving, just wants to see if he can secure a few extra points for his team. Skylightz Gaming on the other side have done a phenomenal job, ladies and gentlemen, of showing the door to the exit to A1 Esports. 4 kill points secured for Skylightz Gaming in this game already. DRS still trying to see if they can play around with the zone, but their position has just been compromised. Look at this. Skylightz Gaming fighting against Deadeyes Guys right now, and we have have just one lad from the squad of DE trying to back off, run away inside the smoke. DRS Gaming on the dip, trying to see if they can survive the next team that is going to head in their direction. And I believe they do have enough utility for themselves to create a lot of cover. And, well, there's another squad wipe for Skylightz Gaming. We do see them bounce up from 7 kills, from 4 kills to 7 in just a matter of seconds. And this number is going to keep on growing as they focus their attention to the new lads that are playing under the banner of DRS, ladies and gentlemen. AJ going for the Molotov towards the tree, and it's just 2 players from DRS that are left to fight, and outside in the open, I don't think DRS is going to make it from this fight.
Oh, well, AJ with that nade, just, trying to seal the deal more and more for himself. AJ trying to spot down the place, but Reaperbot goes down. Now it's down to Killer as he is trying to take that shade of the smoke and the tree for himself. But will that be enough? That is the question. Look at Muffin Ninja on one side, Nemo on the other, AJ right in front of Killer. And look at that smoke just vanish up into thin air as now Killer will have to understand. We talked about it. We had the conversation about this. Skylightz versus DRS just coming up right in front of each other. And now this is where the entirety of the action just unfolds as DRS Gaming, they get eliminated, and Skylightz, they are down to double freaking digits on the elimination chart. Yes.
Oh my God.
Already.
Ocean, we were focused on the action so much that we didn't even realize it's just 22 minutes inside the match. This has all happened in 22 minutes. 7 teams remain, 22 players alive. IHC Esports, they lose out on Zio, but it is Alex, the new lad in the lineup that's trying to push forward towards the lad of 1962. Finds an entry on entry. 2 more players down. IHC going big in this action. And, well, 1952 Esports, they are, well, not many options remain for the lads. IHC going for the revive. Evil Eye going for the duel, and he's going to lose out on this one as he gets caught off guard. Last player surviving. C1 gets blown to smithereens. IHC, they come out on top, and they have joined Skylightz Gaming as they also, Ocean, hit double digits. 10 kills, 10 finishes secured already, and it's down to the top 5.
This rivalry still remains. New names, but well, they know what they're in for. IHC versus Skylightz. We have seen them taking their fights against the other names like Zeus versus DRS, but now this is still there. I love it. We all love it. We all feel it. 5 teams, 14 players surviving right now as IHC and Skylightz, they have the same, almost similar numbers of Venom and Chicken in the podcast, but Jiggle, he bites dust as well as they get eliminated on 5th, and now we are down to 4 teams, 13 players.
Well, definitely. Let's see. Moving forward, just the top 13 players, the top 4 teams. And I mean, Phantoms are going to be happy about this. They've managed to do really well in their very first game. So Savage Esports going after them, I don't think it's going to be a big deal. Just one last player. Harame, the OG from his region, is the one that remains. His teammate has gone down, trying to go for a revive, but Ice over there, putting up a lot of pressure. So I have a gut feeling that this final situation, it's going to come down to the biggest rivalry in South Asia, IHC versus the lads from Skylightz Gaming, as these 2 teams have the most number of players and they have good positions inside the circle, especially the lads from Skylightz Gaming.
Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens in this situation as Eisenberg is trying to take down a few players with that carbiner. On the other side, Mad Max is just trying to take down a few shots onto that smoke. I mean, obviously, if it hits, he will keep on shooting in that direction. Definitely is trying to just go for it, but the circle shift has a few of the plans for these lads. I mean, they have to get inside the circle. 60, 70 meters is the distance that they have to just move forward to, and that is something that will create all the difference as it will. In a while, these players, they'll have to understand it.
Well, definitely. Phantom, we have MR5 trying to close in. Rame, he does have an opportunity to move forward, but even the slightest bit of distance between these trees is going to cause him a lot of trouble. Finally gets taken out. More players from Phantom have brought themselves back on their feet, but Mad Max, another knock being secured by Savage, and well, it is Skylightz Savage. Both the teams just having Phantom completely pinned down. Skylightz Gaming themselves in a world of trouble. 2 more lads knocked out. It's just AJ who remains from the team. Zeus, IHC in the meanwhile trying to close in from the backlines. Do manage to find a way on the edge of the circle, but hey, It was not
Oh.
easier here before with 3 teams, and well,
AJ?
I see they show up just to clean the battleground this time. Mafia Ninja, he's still alive, along with AJ being brought back into the game. A good revive, an important revive for Skylightz Gaming.
Well, we'll see what happens as Skylightz Gaming. They definitely are struggling a bit here and there. And on the other side, IHC, their biggest point is they have all the players surviving onto these areas. You see the player's name on the right-hand side, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and you see IHC in all its glory with all the players just out there. AJ, meanwhile, he's in impressive form, but that form can be taken down by Godless with that nade right on the body of AJ, and now Sanjir. Oh, he steals that kill. He steals that kill. Marfin is still surviving, needs to heal, but that will not happen as Godless takes him down. Skylightz, they're out. They're out in top 4. But now it's IHC's turn to just take everything onto their own hands. They have the time for glory. They have made mistakes in the past, but this is not the past as they're looking on to the future. As Sanjir, what? He takes himself out. Sanjir takes himself out. He did not give a single kill. And on the other side is Phantom Esports with 1 player surviving against 4 as IHC wants to bring it home for themselves. This is historic as it is the first one in the first game. And IHC, well, he's ready. They are ready for it. Oh, Alex, he goes down. Secure that kill, my friend, as he will. But he gets spotted. And this is the storyline.
I mean, it was pretty much IHC's game the moment DRS let them be alone in the northern Georgia Pool City. And from there, with 17 eliminations, they do capitalize, getting the winner chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen, in the very first game of the league stages of PMPL South Asia Spring 2022. Ocean, now that is a fiery start for you right there. 32 points in 1 game secured.
17 eliminations. 17 eliminations. You get 15 for a chicken dinner.
Yeah.
And you're getting more than that right now. 32 points for this team. I mean, trust me. This is classic IHC. Classic in the sense you know their previous name. They were the gods. Well, they're coming up in that godly manner.
I mean, so classic in the sense that we do see those high elimination games from them quite often, in fact, and that is going to keep on happening. But Ocean, I think you will agree with me on this. We have historically never seen this team do well in first game. In the very first day, in the very first game, they like to take their sweet time to get the action ramped up. So so it's a bit of a surprise that IHC in the very first game have done so well, and I think that's just going to mean that we can expect a lot more from them later on in the league. And
exactly, Johnny, think about it, right? This is just the start of the league days. Super weekends is where everyone showcases their actual gameplay. Right now they're surviving. They're playing to survive in the top 16. I mean, imagine if IHC is still holding something.
Exactly. I mean, who knows? We will find out the more matches we watch. But ladies and gentlemen, after this one, we're going to take a very short break. So stay tuned. Keep watching. We'll be back after this. Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that break to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Spring 2022 season. This is Super Johnny, joined by Ocean Sharma. And what a game. What a way to begin this new season, Ocean.
I mean, legit. If you talk about it, right? What is that one word that this generation tells? No cap. No cap.
Yeah, no cap. No cap.
In a brilliant way. I mean, definitely. Just think about it. IHC this is what we were missing from this team in the last championships, right? And now they are coming back with this. This
Yeah.
is kind of a redemption start for them to just make up their name, make up their mark once again, and well, they're doing it in style.
I mean, and talk about style. There's always going to be one lad who's going to outstyle, outclass everyone in the lobby, and that's going to be the MVP, ladies and gentlemen. So let's have a look.
Oh,
It's going
yes,
to be,
always.
yeah, why not? Just start off right off the bat on a strong note. Icy with 6 elimination, 3 knocks, 3 assists, and look at the damage, 1048 dished out in one game that lasted just 26
Wow.
minutes. That was a quick Erangel.
In 26 minutes and 41 seconds, this guy takes down 6 lads, goes for 1,000+ damage, dishing out 3 assists, and well, 3 knocks is what he secured overall as well. And the first thing that you see, ladies and boys and girls, is the player data, and the second one is the MVP's average data, and you see his own Pentagon just coming down to good wires when it comes down to it, and well, definitely survived pretty good. Top players, Godless coming up, Alex coming up. Well, the new lad is making some noise out here. On the other side, we have AJ from Skylightz Gaming and Sanchir from Savage. So it's like basically everyone that survived in top 4. They kind of made up their name for themselves.
Yeah, definitely. I think, again, IHC, this is a team that you definitely need to look out for, especially with the change of Alex being a part of the lineup now. I think, again, when usually new players enter a squad, we expect the squad to struggle a little bit in like at least 3 to 4 matches. The first day never goes good for them. But IHC, this team is made of something totally different, because coming into the first game, getting the chicken dinner, getting those eliminations, 17 eliminations for themselves, that was pretty incredible. But talking about the match summary, so IC dominated a lot, and so did Skylightz Gaming. I think Skylightz Gaming also stood a very good chance of securing the chicken dinner in this match. The only one mistake in judgment that was there from their side, and it wasn't a big sort of blunder, they were forced into that situation because of the blue zone closing in, was going for the dip quite early into that top 4 situation inside the match, when it was Savage, when it was Phantoms, SG, and IHC, all these 4 teams remaining. So just getting sandwiched between Phantoms, Savage, and IHC is what got Skylightz Gaming a little bit lower in the points, but they did a pretty incredible job. I mean, 19 points to start off the day, it's not that bad.
It definitely is not that bad when you just think about it for the points of the players, definitely. But it is kind of a difference, though. I mean, at the end, right now, difference doesn't matter because you have to be in top 16. That should be your goal, just coming down, because Super Weekends is where every single point will matter. But 32 and 19, yeah, quite some difference coming down in between the players' mindset, though.
Yeah, but all our attention for now, it needs to be on those bottom, I guess, 5 or 6.
High voltage, from high voltage, I would say high voltage, ElementriX, DRS 1952. We know these names, and that's where the attention is right now.
And let's not forget, only the top 16 get to move forward to the Super Weekends, and you only have 2 days to secure the top 16 spot. So quite important for the teams when they do continue to play their match, especially the teams from Group D are going to be sitting out in this one, and Group E are going to be stepping into the next match. So I think it is going to be pretty important for them to actually right off the bat secure a minimum of 3 points. So at least you do take a step into the top 16 already, and in fact the top 10 basically. But let's move forward, have a look at the zone analysis for this game, and that means, Ocean, it's time for you to take over.
All right, so right now, I was just even thinking about it. Look at where IHC was, and look at how they started moving, right? They had to snatch the circle. They had to snatch the edge of the circle, and that's where they took up. Look at it. Look at where IHC is. 1952 slightly onto the northern side as compared to IHC. So IHC had to snatch the zone. They have a what do you call it, right? They have a split for themselves. It's a 2-1-1 sort of a split, kind of a 2-2 if you want to talk about it. They snatched that circle from 1952, and from there they had such a good open ground for themselves. Taking down a few players on their right-hand side and then taking down the players of SG. That was needed. They did that. And, well, Savage's takedown was also quite savage in a few situations. As Sanchir took himself down with that Molotov. I was like, nope, I'm not going to give you a single point. Imagine, had that been one extra point, that would have been 18 eliminations, 33 points. But, well, that Molotov, Sanchir used it on himself.
Exactly. I mean, we've always talked about this. If you know you're stuck in a pickle, just make sure you deny the points to the opposition.
And I mean, Sorry, but it's just kind of came to me. You remember Sanchir and Godless? They had their own old wife for themselves. So
Yeah.
think about it. They know each other's brains. So
I
yeah.
mean, anyone, Sanchir will let his point go to anyone but IHC and Godless in particular, I guess. But let's also have a look at the Oppo moments, ladies and gentlemen, of this game, because
Oh,
there were quite a few,
this.
starting off with the fight that occurred between the Atrax and Venom Legends in the factory, where both the teams were stuck in the blue zone for the first 10 minutes of the game.
This one, I mean, we all remember the way it started, right? But, well, ladies and boys and girls, this is how this day started. This is how PMPL started. We all saw that. Although a lot of fights did happen on the close quarters for the players and their opponents, definitely. But then the circle had its own shifts. For the first time, for a refreshing start, we saw the circle just taking up those northern shifts for its own self. And then lots and lots of players were being taken down in their own rotations here and there. But at the end, the most important factor is whatever you do, make sure you have your own comfort zone. Make sure you have your own players. Otherwise, these kind of things do happen. This exact fight.
Yeah.
This was brilliantly played.
This was brilliant from the perspective of vibes, because from the perspective of looking through the eyes of Seal Esports, that was a massive blunder. Seal Esports, they started off that fight quite nicely, good trades for them, and they did manage to get a man advantage, quite a big man advantage for themselves in that fight at a certain point, but then they made the mistake of trying to force to go for the finishes, and that is where the lads from the opposition did in fact capitalize. IHC did a phenomenal job of making sure that they were the cleaning crew, clearing out the northern Georgia Pole city, and secured in fact the double digits elimination for themselves before they showed up for the final fight, for the final action. And Skylightz Gaming, this is the moment I was talking about. This was the mistake that they made. They moved in a little bit too early for the circle, and that is how they got sort of pinned down between Phantom Esports, between Savage, and between IHC at the same time. And wasn't a lot that they could do to survive that. I mean, there is only so much utility space that you have in your backpack, along with the ammunition and the heals that you carry. And look at that. The elimination bar, 33-42. Wow.
Only three teams have their damage stats higher than 1,000. And out of those three teams, one has it double than what the second one has. I mean, 1684 for Skylightz, 3342 for IHC. That's brilliantly played. If you want to just have that that sense of fear being implanted on your opponents.
I mean, hey, the OGs, they know what to do. They know how to show up for the fight, and they have showcased that quite perfectly in this first game. But the next one is going to be interesting, because the next map, Ocean, it is the one that you quite often do love to cast quite a lot. It is Miramar that's going to come up next. And also, Group D will be the group that's going to be sitting out. So that means Skylightz Gaming, DRS, A1 Esports, and TRZ. These four names are going to be missing. And instead of them, we have Stalwart Esports returning to the action now.
And that's where we would love to see what that team... We know what that team is capable of doing, so... Yeah.
Let's have a look at the schedule, ladies and gentlemen, once again. So for the viewers that are joining us right now, things become a little bit more clear, ladies and gentlemen. This is the entire schedule for the 5 maps that are going to happen today. Map number 1 is done. IHC Esports taking the win with 32 points secured in just one game. And now it is time for them to see what they can accomplish on Miramar. And again, Group D is going to be sitting out. Group E is going to be stepping in to the circuit, to the rotations of the teams, and it is going to be Stalwart Esports, Train to Kill, JyanMaara, and 7C Esports that are going to be, we're going to see them play the very first game of the PMPL South Asia Spring 2022.
The story will start here on the map of Miramar, and I'm pretty sure they would be ready for that map to get started as well, because everyone wants to write a different story for themselves, and the team that gets chicken dinner out here would want to give an answer to IHC probably for their first game. If that comes down, we'll have to see although what happens, what does not, because again, Group D is not playing. That means the teams that were doing really good, DRS, although they still need to start up their journey. They did try to have a good start, but then again, things faltered here and there. So we'll see though. We'll see what happens in the upcoming moments as of what happens onto the Group A, B, C, and E. And just like you said, we talked about Stalwart. Well, they would want to have a good start. And this is kind of a map that they also love to play because of those bolt actions, those TMRs that they definitely carry for themselves.
Exactly. I mean, definitely the DMR, the bolt action becomes quite important on Miramar.
Yeah.
But again, Ocean, one more time, I'm going to put you under the bus, throw you under the bus, and this time I'm going to stick to what you're good at, what you're very good at, and what people want to hear from you.
I believe
Where is the
Stalwart.
circle is going to
Oh,
be? No,
I
I
thought
wanted
you'd
to know the
ask.
circle, yeah.
I believe.
Circle, Ocean, circle, focus. Zone. Give us the zone. Where will we get the zone?
I would want to go with Los Leones though, but then again, we'll see.
I mean, the first game on Miramar, Los Leones. I think this is going to be a good start. So basically, an urban circle on
A
Miramar
big
is going to be
city,
very
a big
exciting.
city
Yeah.
just coming down. I don't know. I believe so. I just don't know. So we'll see. I mean, I would still want. First games is where you actually try to look at the pattern. So
Yeah. I mean, even for us, we try to figure out what the teams
yeah,
have, like what sort of mindset they are coming into this tournament with.
yeah,
Teams from the very first game, you can clearly tell IHC, Skylight Gaming, these teams, and I mean, to an extent, I would say Seal Esports as well, because they were pretty forceful in that collision with 1952. So these three teams in particular, they're out for blood right now, and they will do anything and everything to make sure that those elimination points they keep on consistently heading in their direction. But
yeah.
ladies and gentlemen, with we're just a few minutes away from the game to begin, so you know what time it is. It's time to have a look at the lads that are going to be performing right now before we head towards the plane. And well, this time it's Ocean going to be piloting the plane, so if it crashes, it's your fault. I'm not responsible for the plane crash.
What happens to the plane after it just
I don't
ends up
know.
on
You're
its
the one
trajectory?
flying it.
It brings. I'll tell you what happens to the plane. It brings down the airdrops afterwards. So it's still in the air. It brings down the airdrops. That's what happens to the plane. But well, talking about these players, ladies and boys and girls, we are on the way for the second game right now. That's going to be the map of Miramar. We'll have a look at the flight path. We'll have the understanding as of what's going to happen with the players as well, as the flight path is going to be on the way. I'm expecting a southern to northern. Yeah, it is a southern to northern flight path as it starts from Los Higos, moves all the way to Torre Ahumada. That means water treatment, Cruz de Well, Jacinto del Patron, San Martin, Pecaro, Los Lunes, Chumacera, Minas, and Well are going to be on the way of the flight path.
Well, definitely. Let's see. Quite a standard plane path, dividing the map quite evenly. I think none of the teams are going to be in a bit of a pickle because of the flight path not being quite close to the preferred drop location. So we can take that out of the equation, trying to figure out what is going to happen in this match. But still, now quite a little bit of X-Factor situation, considering we're going to be seeing 4 teams for the first time, and on Miramar as well. I mean, IHC Phantom, Savage Esports, Vibe, they have done pretty well for themselves, particularly IHC in the first game. But for the other 3 teams, from the 3rd to the 7th position, this is time that they have to make sure they have an advantage over the rest of the teams. Any team that is outside of the top 10 right now, to get a head start and to solidify themselves for the cutoff before we head towards the day tomorrow. Because every single time the story remains the same. The cutoff going into the Super Weekend is going to be somewhere around the 35-40 point marker, and with 32 points already secured, IHC, they're more than halfway there already. But look at this, a drop clash in the early stages, as we do have the lad from Savage Esports taking a lot of damage. In fact, Hershey needs to be careful. It is the squad of high voltage quite close to them, Praveen and Extreme inside that factory. Hershey going for the charge, has the weapon to take this fight, the Uzi in his hands, and it is going to be quite interesting to see what his approach is going to be.
Well, Hershey, this low HP of this player, it kind of just concerns me right off the bat. I mean, Savage, their previous game was decent. You saw them in top 3, right? That's important. That matters, definitely. But now he needs his players as soon as he can. And high voltage, they have a decent area for themselves as well. It's just that, high voltage players, they are quite far away from each other here and there when it comes down. And they'll have to just, they'll have to stay together for the fights, as this is really, really important. 52 damage dished by Extreme already, as you can see on his stat list. Praveen on the other side right now obviously needs to start everything. And this is something, that concerns me again. Although this time it's inside the circle, but remember what happened in the previous game, right? Right off the bat, there were 2 teams. They tried to take up the fight, but the zone came in. Right now, you don't have to worry about the zone, but the only thing that you have to worry about is that you need to survive. And looks like Extreme did not understand that, as Sanchi takes him down. And now Hershey Just trying to move up with his own teammate as well, as they need to go as soon as they can. Oh, Praveen trying to dish out the damage at UMP. It was good, but now he has switched on to the SKS, but well, looks like he'll go for the finish, and there it is, the first blood coming down. He's on the reload happens, he's trying to go for it as well, but no, Sanchir on low HP, just giving him a gift in return.
Yeah, high voltage, not in a good position right now. 2 players already out of the picture, but Wadu with a nade is going to find a finish, quite an important one as well. Venom Legends on the other side, though, taking a fight out in the open against 1952. In which they have secured 1 point for themselves already. Wadu with a scar in his hand trying to push forward. He has Assassin to back him up with the M249. Does secure 1 more knock. Who is going to get finished off in this fight? And I think it has to be... Oh, I was just about to say high voltage, but Wadu with a drop shot just managed to survive a few extra minutes.
Definitely just, managing to survive a few extra minutes right now. Assassin, oh, that nade. I can't watch it. I can't watch it. Well, now I can, as the damage was not done. Still, Waru onto the lower lines right now. They have lost out on their players. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is the question. That's why I'm saying, I can't watch it. Sanchir, although, does not have anything for the health. Oh, and Assassin has an M249. Come on, just think about it. A player who cannot heal versus the player who has an M249. We can clearly see who might just be the winner in this situation. But Sanchir has that Uzi. He's trying to go for the reload. Eisenberg on the other side with that UMP, just dishing out a few damage stats for himself. Trying, though. And now Eisenberg switches on to that M4 and is still trying to spot down someone. This fight, I don't know, will it go on and on and on? I mean, come on.
Well, it's quite an extended situation, a 2v2 between Savage Esports and High Voltage. Both the teams just waiting to find an opportunity to try and secure the 4 points in total for the squad wipe. And no heals as well, so they are just surviving on those boosters. Armors all shot up, helmets still with a little bit of a damage reduction that they do provide, and not a lot of utility, not a lot of ammo.
Assassin with that nade again. They're just trying to get good for themselves, but again and again, things are just not looking decent in their favor. I mean, they have lost down their players. Even if they win this fight, think about the bigger picture. They might just not be able to, see that bigger picture. They might just miss the show.
Well, maybe.
Still struggling onto this situation as of, because it just comes down to the information. Both the teams, they don't have that information for themselves, but it looks like Sanchir is deciding to fall back.
Yeah,
going for the jump and punch. I mean, that's some sort of a B hop, as it does not show. It does not showcase your footsteps. You don't hear the footsteps after that, so that's just one of the things.
I mean, it's an alternative B hop.
Yeah, the punch hop is something that we can call it.
Yeah.
But Sanchir, they have spotted down. They have spotted down their opponents on the other side, and that is the last game's MVP on that hilltop.
Well, let's see last game's MVP. What is going to happen in this match? Eisenberg still stuck on the first floor. So Sanchir, if he decides to completely leave this fight, he's isolating his teammates, and that is not going to be good. But Assassin getting caught off guard just a little bit. Let's not forget, no heals remain on either of these lads. So the fight is going to be complete raw. And High Voltage, they have taken a little damage in the trade. Both the lads quite low. And well, this does put the ball in the court of the players from Savage. But
no,
there is another team closing in on this position. Look at Phantom. They're very close.
Exactly, Johnny. That's the thing. It does not exactly put the ball in the court of Savage, because, well, they have uninvited guests. And now you might have to maybe think about it for a while, as look at how they're surrounding this entire area. They want to hunt. They are on a hunt. These loins, they need something to eat for themselves. IHC, they are here as Alex takes one down. The uninvited guests are here to stay.
Yeah.
They're here to take your place. Sanchir, he is all alone in this area. I mean, he does have his teammate, but he's on the other side of this house. You can see him as well. And this is where IHC would want to make up their marker. And High Voltage on the lower grounds. Imagine who takes down who. This is gonna be, oh, this is gonna be really, really bad as IHC is charging in.
Well, let's see. And I think from the perspective of High Voltage and Savage, this is just going to be brutal. They have stood their ground against each other for so long, and now IHC Esports show up. And we know these players, they don't like to wait. They're just going to charge in towards both the teams at the same time. And look at that, one more knock for IC as Assassin has been taken down. Sanchir just trying to survive in the corner room. And even that, I don't think is going to happen for long, as IC is just lining up the utility, the nade being positioned perfectly. Eisenberg as well, with his belly on the floor, completely prone down on the first floor as well. Wadu is still surviving. Oh, they do manage to find a knock, as Sanchi does manage to take down one lad from the side of IHC, but does get traded out in return. Eisenberg with the UMP and 13 final bullets in the weapon.
Let's see if the bullets go first or if he goes first. I mean, definitely players are coming onto him. Oh, he has a different weapon though, but then again, he goes first. The bullets stay. I don't think so. You have much to loot right now, but this is where Savage becomes the first team to go down. And Wadu, heck. Well, he goes down as well. And IHC, again, they're here to stay as two teams. They bite the dust. This is what is happening, ladies and boys and girls. Yeah. Today is a day of a story with a good moral. And the moral is, if you're coming down onto a place, don't go for a 4v4 fight. We saw what happened in the first game. We saw what happened in the second game. And now there is a responsibility right on the lands of Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely quite an interesting position in this matchup. And the Orm being there can change everything in the final few circles as well. We've seen the impact of that weapon on a few key players in the rosters. And the Atrax, although Octopus from the top of the building has clear vision of exactly where the lads from Raw are moving. Well, let's see. The Atrax, will they go for a setup to try and gatekeep Raw from moving further inside the circle? That is something that's going to be quite interesting to watch, because even the Atrax themselves, they're not completely alone. There are teams towards their rear as well.
Definitely our teams onto the back lines as if we are talking about it. But well, Raw, do they know that someone's watching them every moment? Their every moment, someone's watching it. Someone's trying to make the most out of it. Octopus, well, the previous game was not that good for Atrax.
Yeah.
But this time, will they be able to take that control? And Johnny.
Yep.
What did we...
I know.
Come on.
I'll give it to you. I mean, you got it right. You got the prediction right. I am giving to you. You can celebrate all you want. So, ladies and gentlemen, the prediction that was made before the game even started, before we even had the flight path in front of us, we have the circle moving towards Los Leones. And right now, Deadeyes Guys, their position looks very exciting. They're completely isolated towards the eastern edge of the circle. The only team that they don't necessarily even have to beat to find a even better position is Seal Esports, because I believe the moment Seal Esports trying to fight for control of the eastern edge of the city, they're going to come across 7C Esports. They will be a little bit distracted, and Deadeyes Guys, that's going to be their opportunity to capitalize.
That definitely is going to be. But look at IHC. I mean, this is what I'm loving from the team. Even the last game, you saw them rotating a bit slow for the starters.
Yeah.
Then they tried to make their marker around 5th, 6th circle, to take the circle from the teams that were at the edge of the circle. Well, they're moving slow right now as well. This is kind of a, I would say, GC strat as of what they are doing. We've seen a few teams, teams like Nigma Galaxy as well, just trying to, make up their marker, make up their rotation from around the circle here and there. And that's what they're doing again and again and again and again. And it looks like IHC is trying to play on the same grounds for themselves. But then again, we'll see where it takes them on this game, as the previous one was a brilliant chicken dinner for them.
Yeah, well, the previous one was a very, very nice chicken dinner for them. And again, with 12 minutes inside the match, ladies and gentlemen, on this Miramar, we're going to wait, I think, at least 5 more minutes for things to progress even further. Because right now, every single squad is fighting to see if they can get a few compounds inside Los Leones or on the edges, so they have some cover going into the final few moments of the match. That is where all the action is going to break out. Ponado, trained to kill. They are on the northeastern edge. They have one team that they've spotted out. That was 1952. But what they don't have is the squad, the entire squad. Just 2 players from 20 Kill survive. And it's not going to be easy for them to actually take all-in fights against the 4-man rosters from the other team. So they're going to try and be as passive as they can be, just play from edge to edge to edge. If their rotation timings are off, they can get caught off guard, get picked off quite easily. And well, after the first airdrop, the second airdrop also along with it brings another arm.
Well, this looks like even Miramar has its own good mood today.
Yeah.
Bringing out AWM just for the players to just play around. But well, situations might just be a bit dicey for the players. Again, we have 14 teams, 52 players surviving. As you can see, 1952, they lost 1. Venom, they lost 1. T2K, they lost 2. All the other teams, they have all the players surviving for themselves. And it looks like Orange has something on his mind. Hey, do you remember though,
Yeah.
Johnny, in the classic times, in the previous old days, you remember Orange used to have the entire orange clothes for himself, orange UMP.
Yeah,
I remember this guy rocking an orange UMP for himself, and he was like, I love the color orange, man. And right now, I want to see that classic ElementriX back in its own form.
Yeah, same here. I mean, ElementriX, for them, it's a story of redemption. I remember back in the days in 2019, that's the time when I first heard of this team from Nepal, ElementriX. And they were the biggest team in the country, right? They still are, but it's just the fact that we weren't really seeing them do the same thing that they were doing in 2019 and the early few months of 2020. So this time, 2 years have passed. It's 2022, and I think ElementriX, they're here to showcase what they're made of. They still have the same touch that they have had back then. And again, it's going to be quite important for the team to at least find a top 6, top 7 finish going into the finals, because that's going to give them the sort of motivation, the confidence boost that they need to try and secure well, the trophy for themselves and a massive amount of money as well. But we do have one arm being secured, and let's see if we're going to see it in action soon.
We will. Hopefully we will. I mean, that's all we can be good for. Hope is a dangerous thing, but hope is all we have. But right now, the zone's closing up slowly and steadily as we are just talking about it. IHC, they have 3 points for themselves, 3 eliminations that they did right off the bat. But right now, not a lot of fights happening. But still, the most important thing is you see how close the players are in the open areas. That's what I would say. That's what the game is all about. That's what the openness of Miramar teaches you. You are so close to each other, but if you find the right moment, you will try to stay as all right. You'll try to stay as all right. You'll try to stay as far away from the danger as you can be. That's your comfort zone, right, for the first few circles at least. But after that, the fights will happen. And talking about fights, IHC is on bagging their 4th elimination.
Well, let's see. 4 points already secured for IHC, so the momentum, it holds strong even in this game. Phantom Esports, although, do find themselves in a bit of a pickle as they are trying to move inside Los Leones, trying to see if they can control the center of the city. And there's already a big cluster of teams forming quite close to the garden area, so it's going to be quite interesting to see what the progression of the teams is going to look like in the next 2 to 3 minutes of the game, because we do have the blue zone moving in as well. And now it's going to be quite tricky even for teams to move from one building to the other. Every single angle that you try and peek, it is going to be covered by a crosshair that's going to be aiming in your direction. 7C Esports against T2K. T2K, they have lost 2 players, and 7C Esports 4-man strong. So for Legend and his team, it's just not going to be wise to run into this fight. The best they can do is just avoid this fight entirely. And they do have a position close to the center of the circle, so they just have to hold their position and not let the shots hit them. That's it. Just prone down, stick to the ground, just survive.
Well, that should be the case. But look at, all right, I love Stalwart split. It's a 1-1-1-1 split right now. They have their own splits. One player is trying to look, that is Action, is trying to look to the back lines. if you look at it, Pika is trying to look the right-hand side, the back right-hand side. Stry is looking at the front lines because they'll have to cross the road. And Top is trying to look onto the areas from where Vibes is coming. They have the vision for themselves because right now is the time to get the most amount of information. And after that, they'll have to use it. I love the way these guys are situated in this area. And that is something that will give them the maximum utilization for the upcoming zones. The only way they can mess it up is if they mess it up on the fights. Other than that, I would say they have most information, but action goes down. That's what I was talking about. You're taking the information, but don't give your information to your opponents.
I mean, this could be quite brutal for the team, losing out on a key player right there. But moving forward, I think, again, as you said, they do have a pretty good position for themselves. But again, the fights that are going to occur in a few short moments, they're going to be very hectic. There's a massive cluster of teams towards the southeastern and the eastern part of the city of the circle. And once, if there is a hard shift right now towards the west, that is going to break the complete game for every single team. Look at Gyante just on top of the world, quite literally right now, has taken control of the construction building and just playing for information, playing to survive to the latest stages of the match, see if we can secure some placement points from this game. And just 8 more seconds before the blue zone closes in completely, and we have, ladies and gentlemen, the 5th circle of the game.
What? The zone just comes in. The circle just comes in. 5th circle coming up here, and this, by the looks of it, I'm pretty sure it's going to be obviously onto the side of Stalwart. We talked about the information. They have the entire information right now because, just as we said, the players would want to move on to their own direction now, and that's what they would be doing. Looks like Memo is trying to give a few memos to his opponents, but well, not everything is coming up. Shari, all right. Had a few shots here and there, but then again, missing down all the shots because obviously he does not have any vision though. And Frag and Shifu as well, just trying to dish out the damage. But mind it, all the fights are happening onto the other side. But IHC's Alex is on the domination as IHC gets their 5th elimination. Alex gets his 3rd.
Well, let's see. I mean, the 3rd finish being secured for Alex, and it is going to be quite interesting to see where does IHC end up in terms of the kill counter, in terms of the elimination counter at the end of the game. But Skylightz Esports against Phantom and Stalwart Esports as well on the other side, trying to see if they can be a part of some action as well. Skylightz Esports do end up capitalizing against Phantom. They have secured 1 more finish, just 1 player remaining. And it is not going to be easy for that lad to survive. Raw, they're taking a massive hit in the fight against IHC. Deadeyes Guys a part of action, and 7C Esports, they do come running in. Deadeyes Guys being a little overwhelmed, but the retaliation, the backup from the outside, from the outdoors, it is perfect. 7C Esports, they've lost in 1 player. 3 still stand strong as they try to go for a revive on their own teammate. A finish being secured already. And Memo with a prone shot is going to be very vulnerable. No trade.
What?
Oh, all right. So there is a trade.
There is one. But is it enough? I mean, on the other side, look at this. Oh my God, Akujo just doing brilliant right now, taking down 1 player. And there it is, the elimination happening. On the other side, Jhukega Nahi. All right.
That's a nice name.
That's I mean, trying to go with the Pushpa vibes. I don't know, but Deadeyes Guys, 7C just trying to do pretty good for themselves. But now we'll have to see what happens.
Alrighty. So Ocean, here's the thing. 7C's tried. Right? They tried their level best to secure all 4 points, but that did not happen. 2 of the finishes have been secured, and Zul, with a wonderful nade, does manage to find a knock and a finish, and 7C Esports in an instant down to the final 2.
And Pick on the other side, taking down 1 with the nade as well from the side of ElementriX, but Godless, he needs to understand that there's a player. Take out the weapon, take out the player. Jhukega, he has been taken down by Godless. That was the wrong place, and man, I mean, it's true. If you talk about it, Jhukega means he won't obviously bow down. Yeah. He was the last player. That means he won't get a revive. That means he won't bow down. Well, IHC, again, 9 eliminations already.
Well, heading towards the double digits. That's no big deal for this team, but they do have One lad again knocked out. Zeol on his knees, just trying to crawl to his teammate for a revive, and Alex is going to be there to cover his back. But the circle, it keeps on moving north, and IHC, they're very far away from the edge, so making their way in, it's not going to be easy. They have to take a lot of fights, and talk about fights. Well, 1952, they're still surviving. 3-man strong, just have lost entry. So the level of aggression that we saw from this team is definitely going to take a hit, but we have Evil Eye to cover up, right?
Well. Godless goes down on the other side, though. That means Gante is on the rampage. Well, yes, he is. As Gante takes down Godless. Atrax, this is what we were missing from you from the first game, but now it looks good. Seal on the other side. They're also trying to get inside the circle as they cross the road, and now it's time for the cemeteries to just, they need to move out from these cemeteries, and now they're moving forward. Pika gets a tag of a Grenadier for himself. Evil Eye trying to, just like you said, he spies from his evil eye, but we'll have to see if he can spy it in the right way.
Well, let's see. I mean, there's definitely going to be quite an interesting position, quite an interesting push coming in from the lads of 1952. And it is going to be quite an action-packed situation, but Stalwart Esports on the kill feed, we do see them going up against the lad of ElementriX, and it looks like one after the other. ElementriX is falling. They're falling left and right. No way for them to survive. He's spotted out. The blue zone.
He will go down.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Gante, the man in the form has been taken down by the zone. Not like this, mate. Not like this. Action has a Groza. What the? Action has a Groza. I mean, come on. We know this player is dangerous already. Now you're giving him an untamed beast. That is just, calls for a party house right now. Demo on the other side, just, trying to take down all the players that are trying to cross the road. Why will the chicken cross the road? I mean, this is going to be really, really difficult for T2K's Legend to just, go on the other side. But Joel, did he spot him? I guess no.
I mean, it is definitely going to be very bad if Joel has been spotted out. That's going to mean quite a lot of information headed towards the opposition. And Skylightz Esports definitely do have the firepower to go up against the lads from IHC. Now, again, Stalwart Esports, they're holding a wonderful set of compounds for themselves towards the northwestern edge of the circle. JyanMaara, quite nicely spread out, all prone down, not even trying to take any fight right now, which is a wonderful decision because, I mean, you're seeing what's happening, right? You get up, you take one shot, and you're instantly getting deleted from the server. Look at the nade, look at the accuracy. Wally down on his knees. Demo is quite close to him, but I think for 1952, it's time for them to secure the finishes. The first one was on point, the second one a little bit off its mark, but again, I think it's a little late to try and see if they can secure that kill. Skylightz Esports, they have 6 eliminations secured already, and I think T2K's Legend is going to be the last man for his team, and it's going to be taken down in the next few minutes.
Joel still trying to battle it out with the zone for himself, although Leo thinks that the last win from T2K is still onto that wall area, but Legend, well, he did move out from that side, and now he's just trying to survive with that bus as the cover. Meanwhile, Top takes down one from Wipes, and that is Jiggle. As he goes down, Top will finish him out as well. Rafat, again, just trying to get those kills for himself as well, but situations, and Gunner spots down Zeol. Well, no, it's not Zeol, though, but it's a player from Seal, though. He's trying to spot him down. Leo gets a lot of damage on himself, but Gunner still trying to survive onto the situations. Demo is trying to take up a few fights as well, just trying to go with that jump punch situation. Everyone, so that the footstep sound is reduced for themselves. Suzanne on the other side, but JyanMaara, they'll have to understand that Stalwart is just rushing onto them. Gunner goes down. Stalwart, they are rushing in and wiping the players at an instant. Pika definitely goes down, but the action, it's not stopping, and Seal takes down 1952 is 90-degree, trying to do all the damage onto the situation, but those nades are definitely taking the players down as 1952. Oh my god! Seal just sealing the deal. I mean, Mongolians are just out of their minds right now.
Yeah, all 3 teams doing so well for themselves. IHC finally getting eliminated. And that brings us, ladies and gentlemen, to the top 3 in this game. Skylightz Esports, Stalwart Esports still surviving, and they're going to be joined by Venom Legends with 2 players remaining. Skylightz Esports, they have a few lads knocked out. Leo was on his knees. Demo has been finished off. Wally and Baron have to deal with a lot of pressure, and Baron has been taken down. Wally, last player surviving for his team, and it's Venom Legends that are closing in the distance. So it's going to be a 1v2 situation, much better than if he had to take on all the lads from Stalwart Esports at the same time. But still, Wally, what is the situation going to look like? His teammate Leo is back on his feet, a 2v2. And then the 4 lads from Stalwart Esports that are waiting for this situation, this 2v2 to end to basically close out the match.
You're waiting.
Jump peeking the wall.
Yeah, they're waiting on the other side, but look at Rafat. It looks like Rafat knows where Pika is, but he can't do much. I mean, if he just, stands up, it might just be a bad situation. Although he did throw a good nade, but Seal from the other side taking down the players from Venom Legends as Rafat goes down as well. That nade from top definitely sealing the deal, and well, it's down to Mongolian teams right now. Stalwart versus Seal. What is happening as action? He's actually on fire, like literally. But now Stalwart's players are trying to do everything as action just onto the front lines. Leo takes down top, and that was an important opening that Seal gets. But the player disadvantage is something that they'll have to still face now. Leo just going for that heal on himself. Situations might just be a bit bad. Leo just trying to move on the other side. Action can spot him down. That's quite a different situation, a difficult situation as Leo is spotted. Leo goes down. Stalwart is giving a definitive answer to Zeus, the team that got the first chicken dinner, but it is the day for the Mongolians right now to rise and shine and roar and revolt in this area as Stalwart, they get it for themselves. What a brilliant game.
And double-digit elimination points for Stalwart Esports as well. 11 eliminations secured, 26 points in total, and 2107 damage dished out. What a wonderful game.
Johnny, both of my predictions were right. Circle went to Lost Leones. Stalwart got the chicken dinner, and I'm still doing good on the predictions.
Yeah, we don't call you the fortune teller for nothing. That is why you're here with your crystal ball, of course. And again, a very interesting game in the sense the teams that we did expect to go for the squad fights or those all-in 4v4s, just resisting the urge to just get up, deprone themselves and start shooting, right? Especially the lads from Zeus IHC. I keep referring to them by the old name. It is IHC Esports right now.
You can call it Zeus 2.0, the new update that just arrived.
I mean, yeah, it's the Mongolian trinity right now that's doing so well. Seal Esports, Stalwart Esports, and IHC Esports, all three having a good run for themselves. Because even though we saw IHC get eliminated on the 4th position, they had 9 eliminations in this game, and plus the 32 points in total that is secured from the first match as well. So what's the tally going to be? We'll find out after this break. Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Spring Season of 2022, brought to you by the official smartphone partner of PUBG Mobile Esports in South Asia, ladies and gentlemen. It is Oppo, of course. My name is Warren Super Johnny John, joined by Ocean Sharma right next to me. 2 games, Ocean, are done. We have seen the action on Erangel. We have seen the action on Miramar. So basically, all the maps for the first 2 days of the league plays in the first week, in fact. But again, the groups will keep on changing. So Group C is going to be the group sitting this one out as we head towards Erangel now.
Definitely. But before all those things happen, let's have a look at the MVP and all the other stats as well as for what we want to talk about. And talking about MVP, well, I mean, this is going to be a good discussion coming down as We had IC in the previous game, and now we have Action coming down to it. And Action has 0 assists. Okay, he has 0 assists. That's like MVP average data versus player average data. You can see how different it just is, just coming down to it. Oh, what? He has the same survival time as that of IC in the previous game. Same eliminations.
Yeah.
What?
Quite a big coincidence right here, but it is definitely, I think, a good performance, a good start for Stalwart Esports. And again, look, Action, he's followed by his own competitor from his own team, Top, who has 3 eliminations, although 942 damage dished out is just impressive from the lad. So pretty sure the rest of the lads from his team also tried the level best to secure a few extra finishes. Alex from IHC being consistent Ocean on the 4th position this time. 4 eliminations with 637 damage. So I think that's a statement right there. Big things are yet to come from IHC.
Definitely, big things will arrive, and from this lad Alex, that's what I would say, right? Big things will arrive from it, and obviously in this game, DRS Skylightz, they were not playing, so that also just creates a difference right now, and they will be back definitely. But now let's have a comparison between these two teams, the first and the second one. Look at the difference of the way they have played onto their games. The only difference that just comes down is that the points that they have. Obviously, that 3-point difference on the first and the second position. Otherwise, they had the same number of eliminations for themselves. And obviously, damage dealt versus damage received is very good for Stal. Their efficiency is really good. They have 3 times more damage dealt than they have received the damage for themselves.
I think Esports, things got a lot worse for them when they decided to take control of Los Leones quite early on in the game, because then it became their responsibility to gatekeep the teams from the city, right? And doing that is not easy when you are sort of split in your mind trying to decide, all right, do we take this fight as well, or do we try and move further inside the city? You do one, the other things become the other becomes a lot more difficult for you to do later in the game. So it was quite an interesting way that Esports did end up moving towards the late stages of the game, just relying completely on the aggression that they has, just brute forcing their way through any situation that they were given. And it was, I think, a new kind of a new signs of life that we've seen from Esports based on what happened to them in the past. So it's quite a wonderful start for the team. And as we do have the match rankings, ladies and gentlemen, 26 points for Stalwart Esports, 23 for Esports. And even though IHC, they were taken out before Venom Legends, those eliminations do help them. 17 total points secured from this game.
Good points, good amount of points just coming down for the players out in the situation. But ElementriX, I mean, we said that we'll be having high hopes from this team.
Yeah.
Slight hiccups coming down raw. All right, they played the first game as well, and this one as well. So things have definitely just went haywire for them here and there. Atrax, the first game was not that good, but this time obviously they are trying to get onto a decent momentum for themselves. Hopefully that momentum just comes up pretty decent for them. But then again, today, it is a Mongolian kind of day right now.
I mean, so far, it has been the first 2 games being secured by IHC Esports and Stalwart Esports. Going into the third one, again, ladies and gentlemen, Group C is the group that will not be playing in this match. It is the map of Erangel, and Vibes Esports, 1952, Savage Esports, and ElementriX will be sitting this one out. Skylightz Gaming, A1 Esports, DRS, and TRZ, they return to the battlefield to see if this match they can secure the chicken dinner for themselves. But there is still some time before the action on map number 3 is about to begin. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's head towards the zone analysis of the previous match.
Talking about this game, right? Obviously, it went down to the areas of Los Leones, as we were just talking about it. And right now, in all the situations, you can see how the players were trying to move. We talked about IHC and their slower rotation. That's what they were doing. Look at this. How far away were they from the circle? We talked about Stalwart, right? Their positions, how spread up they were from the circle. So yeah, this definitely just comes up pretty good onto their own understandings. We predicted Stalwart's position is very good for them to get a chicken dinner. They got the chicken dinner right from that time. So that just comes up pretty good, because they had that understanding that they have no one right behind their backs. They have no one to just take them down from the back line. So all they had to do was focus on the front end. And well, they focused on the front end in a really really good. Look at this. This is the exact
I mean,
moment where it was confirmed, right? They didn't get it.
exactly. As you said, Stalwart Esports, the moment they took control of the western compound, the northern compounds of Los Leones, their position for the top, I would say the top 3, the top 4 was already secured. But look at how Seal Esports figured out exactly where they had to be to have the best possible outcome for them in every single circle. They were always sort of in the sort of safe area between the blue zone and the circle, and they played pretty late with their rotations. But again, as I said earlier, their method was pretty simple. We're going to try and see if we can survive those fights, just extend it if possible, and then when the other teams decide to rotate, that is when we will decide to move in. And that sort of when it came down to apply the strategies in action, they were on point. They did not miss their mark. Everything was done perfectly by Seal Esports, and I think they're going to be pretty happy about the points that they've secured from this game. But again, you have to be consistent if you want to finish in the top 16 and make it to the Super Week. And also, it is Seal Esports week 1. They're going to do well.
Definitely, but let's have a look at the open moments as well, side by side, as we just discussing about all these things. As for what happened in all those fights right from the beginning, when we saw these two teams battling it out, and then there was IHC. So IHC is kind of a party maker, a party ruiner. Say what you want to, because they were trying to be a part of this fight in a really efficient way, and they did become a part of this fight as well in a really efficient way for themselves. But Savage Esports, they had lost down on 2 of their players, and that was like quite a wrong situation for them as well. And so look at this. So this is where the situations were not that good, and Action, he went down. We were talking about it, right? He was trying to figure out all the areas and all, and he gave his own information. Still, the team bounced back.
Yeah, I mean, the team did a phenomenal job making sure that they were capitalizing on the position inside the map. And again, Gyante did a phenomenal job as well for his team, just securing a few extra points, just making sure he was dishing out a lot of damage from up above. But the problem arose when he found himself in the blue, nowhere left to go, and his position was compromised as well. So there was just one thing. He ended up giving his point. But on the other side, though, Stalwart Esports, again, did a phenomenal performance from this team in particular, considering the amount of aggression that was put in their direction from the other teams, and they did manage to survive, did manage to secure a lot of points for themselves. Towards the very end, I think their day could have been ruined when we saw Pika jump peeking from behind the wall, because one good nade over there, and you would have seen 2 lads from Stalwart Esports getting instantly knocked out.
That's true. That's true. I mean, even Venom was trying to just nade them out in the last moment. Like Venom's players, they were trying to nade them out in the last moment, but that did not happen. But look at the damage stats as they have for themselves: 2,107, 11 eliminations for them. Seal as well, 11, but 1509, just as we talked about it. So many teams in this game, especially, they have their damage higher than 1,000. But then again, a few could convert it on really good numbers, and that's like the few are the top 4. Seal was there, Venom Legends was there, and then there was IHC.
Well, definitely, but that was just the first 2 matches. We still have 3 more left in the day, ladies and gentlemen. 2 Erangels, 1 more Miramar, and game number 3, all set to begin. Ocean, once again, it's your moment. Who do you think is going to win? You have got 1 right so far.
I just don't want to spoil it for people now. That's what if I'll just keep on, because I predicted the winner, I predicted the zone, both of the things were right. I just don't want to spoil it for people now. It won't be good. People are here for the matches, right?
Alrighty,
so the audience is here for the matches. So yeah.
But I promise you guys, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to try my level best to convince this man to see if he can give away some spoilers. But in the meanwhile, let's have a look at the overall ranking. So already a 20-point advantage for IHC Esports.
Wow.
49 points in total. Seal Esports right behind them with 29. Stalwart Esports, even after the winner chicken dinner in the last game, 26 points, because they just have one match played. Yeah, exactly. That's the 3-point deficit right there. Venom Legends also taking a nice position on the 4th with 19 points.
Oh, on the other side, 11 to 20 is where things might just be bad, because it's those what do we call it? It's those red zones that are forming up, and right now the red zone consists of DRS, C2K, 7C, TRZ, ElementriX, High Voltage, A1. We'll keep all these teams. Like 11 to 20, it's still a red zone, because not a lot of matches have happened. It's just 2 for a few teams, 1 for a few teams. So there's still that red zone that stays.
Well, I mean, it is definitely going to be there. I mean, the drops are going to happen, especially earlier on in the week. But as we move forward, I think by the end of the day, we're still going to we will have a clear idea of where the cutoff is going to be tomorrow and what is going to be required from teams to qualify. But the teams that have secured a spot for themselves within the top 4, within the top 5 already, I think are going to feel a little bit more comfortable tomorrow and in the rest of the matches today. Because now, I mean, it all just comes down to getting 5 points every single game on average, and you're good to go. You make it to the Super Weekend. So that is, I think, something that definitely does take a lot of pressure from the teams. But for the teams on the top, I mean, especially the 3 Mongolian teams that we have in the top 3 right now, I think they have their own little competition going. Who can secure the most points during the weekdays? And if the same thing happens during the Super Weekend, it's going to be even more exciting.
But that's where things might just be a bit tricky.
Yeah.
Weekdays, I get it. You're trying to assert your dominance. Pretty good, to be honest. The teams are doing really good. But weekends is where it all matters.
Yeah.
And it's just, if they're not the same consistent that they are right now.
And again, you do remember what happened in PMPL Season 4's first week, right? We had teams doing so well in week 1. I mean, they were just destroying the scoreboard, but go on to the Super Weekend and we were seeing something totally different. They were barely struggling to even climb up to the top 10.
Remember the example of Seal? The first the first Super Weekend, they were at the top with hat-trick contenders.
Exactly.
Next and the second and the third Super Weekend, they could not even qualify.
Yeah, I mean, but that's ancient history right now, though, for Seal Esports, right? Because it is definitely going to be a new sort of signs of life that we're seeing inside the lineup right now. They're doing so well. I mean, the mistakes that they used to make in the previous season are just not there. And ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to start heading towards the action, start making our way towards the plane that is about to take off. And well, ladies and gentlemen, our final destination is Erangel.
This is where we saw the start. This is where we'll see the middle, and this is where we'll see the end as well. That's Erangel for you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And that is a really, really important one. Match is about to begin, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We'll see how this one goes as the flight path, well, it definitely is going to be on our way. The first game was incredible as it started on Erangel. That was dominated by Mongolians. The second one on Miramar was dominated by Mongolians. The third one, we'll see where the storylines is. But right now, from the sidelines of Georgopol to Lipovka is where we see the flight path. Rozhok, Yasnaya, Mansion, School, Pochinki, Ruins. Good areas. But let's see if the players actually, if they showcase the same way, the same gameplay as they have been doing. Right now, we'll have to see where the circle also forms, as that is important as well in all these situations. Milta, well, the teams can go down to those areas if they want to. I mean, they can glide, definitely. Yasnaya pretty much in the bounds for the players to just, drop down. Primorsk might just be a bit tricky, but I don't know if we'll see the same situation onto the areas of Miltapar as we have seen in the previous first game. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But on all these situations, all these pressurizing situations, it just comes down to one question, that is where will be the first fight, where we will see the first ever skirmish happening. What's going to happen? And again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in the first game, we saw Group E out of the picture. In the second one, we saw Group D. In the third one, we will be seeing Group C out of the equation. So that will definitely create a lot of kerfuffle. All right, this looks like a standard circle, and alongside me now is Necro.
Man, I've just kicked out Johnny from this desk now. I'm going to take over, ladies and gentlemen.
You can. I believe you. I believe you. You can, man. You can.
Okay, yeah, I can. Hell yeah, I can do this. But yeah, for now, it's Seal Baron, who's actually getting charged on by the player Phantoms. And this is not going to be good news for Baron for sure. As two players, they're going to try and take him out from both the angles, and that's what exactly is going to happen. Baron now taking out the equation. Big man from a big squad, already eliminated Ocean. Not a good news for sure, huh?
Yeah, I mean, this has been the picture, that we have been seeing right now. Even in fact, the first game, you saw that the way the players were onto the Miltapar's factory area, I mean, that was just quite weird for the players to just drop down and all those things. But right now, Wally, he's trying to understand where the players are, and I guess he knows everything about Slipknot. Imagine had he had a nade or something, he would have definitely used it. But now I guess is the time, because obviously they're starting up their own fights. So obviously they don't have much of a loot, much of a utility for themselves. So nades definitely won't be coming. But what's going to happen is if they stop their car here, that might just be bad. All right, it's a coup. So obviously just taking down 2 players. But Slipknot, does he sense Wally? Does he sense Wally? That's the question. As Slipknot is just moving down with his own companion. He does not, as Wally takes him down. That was a simple one. And Wally made the most out of it. Demo on the other side gets taken down. And now it's down to Leo, who has an S12K and a nade. Will he be able to take the player down? That's the question. In the window, well, he definitely goes for it. The nade is out there, but the player was not, as Wally just comes up to the rescue, to the aid, takes down 1, and now Leo has that S12K and 1 bullet. Oh, he makes it count. He makes it count. What a brilliant start by Seal again, although they lost down on the 2 players.
Oh, man. Seal, they're doing quite well in the overall rankings, right? I mean, in league play, we know it's not really that important. What matters is you getting top 16. And we've seen this in the past as well, Ocean. Sometimes even the teams that qualify from the latter half of the board in super weekends, they just absolutely pop off, right? It's just a complete new breath of fresh air. So you never know, maybe Seal's doing great now, but in super weekends, they might just struggle. We've seen that happen in the past. Seal is one of the most well-known teams for the inconsistency they have been shown in the past in the PMPL. So hopefully this time, we're going to see a lot of upgrades from them, or at least that's what I'm hoping. At least hopefully they've done their homework. But as you guys can take a look at the circle as well. An interesting one. Now, we've seen quite a lot of off circles from the start as well. One of them actually ended right on top of a Georgia pole. That was an interesting one, dude.
That definitely was. But right now, if you talk about the circle, you see where DRS is onto the sides of Milta. Obviously, Venom Legends just coming down to the back lines. They have the Milta factory and the Milta power area for themselves. If we just talk about it, but now in all these situations, Leo, they are still onto the fight as 1 more goes down. Wally trying to charge up on a 1-man that's surviving, although the kill has been secured, and Wally is trying to go for that nade, just moving around onto his own areas. Now he'll go for the throw of that nade. Oh, it's on a perfect position. Do they know about it? No, they don't. And there it is, the ending. But Wally, even if he has 3 kills, the thing is, he's the last one surviving. Seal! Oh.
I mean, look,
player.
That's what I said, right? They're sitting pretty chill on the overall ranking, so it's not going to matter for them. It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, top
1
16.
player. Yeah, pretty much. Top 16 is what that matters. You're not going to get anything out of these league plays. All you want is top 16 because, as I said, we've seen a lot of times where the latter half of the board might just start popping off in the super weekends. Before now, as you said, a lot of teams are trying to move in, especially TDK. One of those teams, we've been seeing this team play quite a lot in the past as well. They have a lot of experience under their belt, especially a man like Sandesh. He is an absolute fragger. I don't really know what else to talk about this man because at this point, whatever you talk about him, it's just going to be all great points. But now, as you can see, TRZ, one of those teams that has been on the struggling phases in the past. But again, with a little bit of upgrades, I hope they're going to do even greater in this PMPL.
Let's see in all these situations. But look at this A1 Esports. They might just be trying to just, have a good composure for themselves as Rig is down and Kazi would have been the second one to just, fall down. Dante, he knows about it. 1 shot to the leg, although Kazi's still surviving and this might just be a bad situation, although he's just trying to change up his position now, cooking up a nade for his opponents, but we're all right. That was a good bounce up nade and it definitely got slight damage though on the back lines at 6-9 and we know what this player is capable of. He definitely takes down the wall though, but Dante's has been taken down with his own nade. I mean, come on, you don't get points for that. But from the back line, Sinister is trying to just move around the area and Jack says, well, he can take down players, but what is he doing? Oh, he dished out slight damage, but then again, Dante, he built his own grave.
Oh, man, rookie mistakes from a team like A1 Esports, not expected. But RxJax, with this off angle that he's found himself in, also reveals his position now. Raw, they exactly know where each and every single player of A1 Esports is, also being handicapped big time. Not looking great for now. Nate's out to try and confirm the frack, but just not yet. RxJax slowly and steadily moving in. Now, this man's life matter quite a lot for A1 Esports. If he goes down, then Avon Esports, they're going to be on a whole nother struggling series. Because he's actually going for the rest of Raw, they should have a bit of sigh of relief. But as you can see, Sinister from the back, he's trying to isolate a duel against another player of Raw.
Let's see what happens in this situation. I mean, oh my god, just, onto the back lines. Jack's still struggling, but still trying to survive. Although the nade was, I thought it was on the wrong position. It will definitely dish out slight damage, but not a lot. Waru on the other side being taken down by a true love from DE. But now, oh my god, just trying to move forward. He's still thinking about the situations now. He has a clear vision now. Will try to take one player down, and UMP is a brilliant weapon, and he definitely just showcasing it. Will go for the finish. Will try to just, come back to a slight decent place for himself. But look at Assault. I mean, don't look at Assault now as he's down in the situation. And Sinister will definitely confirm that elimination for himself. Avon Esports still in a lot of dicey situations and circumstances right now. Oh, Jax! I thought he'll get a revive, but no. As quick as 6ix9ine wasn't trying to touch him, but, well, he was taken down easily.
Oh, man. Raw. What a nade from his side.
Wow.
That's going to be $1 million nade for sure. Avon Esports, now they're going to start to sweat. Sinister, the only man left alive. A little bit of wrong wall on his side, but it's okay. Can try and recover. Only one man down. It's going to be Assault from the side of Raw. It's okay. This fight is quite worth it. Avon Esports, such a huge team, going off this early in the game is not going to be highly likely, but still, Raw, they're going to try and challenge this fight. They're trying to move in. They're trying to charge in. They're not going to back out as they know Sinister is all by himself. This is their time to shine. Just trying to isolate these duels, but Raw, they're playing it so safe. They're not going to let any man just fall down like that. Kazi, all the way up top. Sinister, he needs to hold the fort down no matter what. Time is running, time's ticking. But Sinister, he is trying to hold his nerves with his gun. Is he going to be able to do so? That's what I want to know, because the man, as you can see, Mama God, is quite low. It doesn't really have the HP supporting him. But Sinister, HP is a factor. That's kind of working in his favor. And yep, he's going to isolate a duel with one. Now he's also trying to play a little bit of off angles with that one. He gets 2 players down all by himself. Sinister is going crazy.
He needs to heal though, but there's no time. I mean, he cannot do anything. If he just tries, he will be taken down. Sinister. Oh, mister. And now it's Rig from another team who's just last man standing. What is up with the patterns of these games?
Oh, man. Not gonna lie, a lot of early fights breaking out. And that's what usually happens in the first day of league play. Teams, they're just trying to test the waters, how things are going to be looking like. Or usually in league play, a lot of teams don't really take things serious. They just try to play it as if like some normal scrims. All they know, top 16 is what you want to get. If you're going to get in that top 16, then you're pretty much big chilling. Airdrop one's on the board as well. And now JyanMaara and Stalwart Esports. I mean, Stalwart Esports don't really need to talk a lot about this team. Every single one in the chat, they know what this team's capable of. So JyanMaara, you guys better prepare yourselves.
Let's see though. But if they are ready for a fight, I mean, the team that is right in front of them is a team that got the previous chicken dinner, so they definitely will try to have a decent game. Pika, all right, just to the sidelines. Pika has that MT4. We know he's a bolt action player. We know he's a dedicated bolt action player for the team, and he will try to get that out for his team. Will try to maybe just take down the player. Oh, he spotted one. Oh, 48 damage. That's on the body. And right now, still trying. He has given his location. He has given his information. And now it's all on his players if they are ready. If the rush happens onto them. But I don't think so. I don't think so. JyanMaara is going to just, do that yet. Or in any other case in the situations, though. But the circle, definitely. They have a good hold around the circle because the zone is kind of a Milta farm split circle. And they have a good area for themselves. Yeah, they just need to stay here. I mean, no one's coming from the southern side as Novorupna was completely empty after this team left that area. So they don't have any team just arriving from the back lines. So they can just stay there. But I'll tell you what, though. Seals Wally, you remember him, the last player. He's on the military base right now. The solo player surviving.
I mean, at this point, he's just trying to hope that, hey, maybe, please don't be anyone over here. Is he actually going to... No one's there, yeah. At this point, this late in the game, he knows. It's going to be tough for any other team to just, stay in the military base. So, yeah, Wally's going to find himself a safe spot, at least for now. but he's hoping that maybe the circle actually takes a sudden shift. And if it does, then Volley is he's gonna live his dream. A peek over here. He's trying to give some punch in the guts for sure with this M24. He was able to deliver one, but is he going to be able to find a second one? Zone closing in 7 seconds, the Ocean. This is going to be huge now.
Yeah, and talking about punch, you saw players doing, jump and punch nowadays. I mean,
yeah, I do.
What do you think about that? I mean,
it's just more kind of like...
This.
Yeah, it's just more kind of like, you're trying to like dash in forward as quickly as possible, because this is what I've seen, right? Especially if you do want to travel from a little window where you know that, okay, maybe an opponent is actually holding that window angle. That's what I've seen. Players usually try to punch and dash in forward. So the other player in the front, he's not going to have enough time to react.
That's true. And also, it just takes down the footsteps. You don't hear the footsteps. It's kind of a B-hop kind of a thing. So that also just, creates a lot of difference when it just comes down to it. And, well, I mean, that's definitely the primary use that players go for. All right, just taking down the vehicle tires as it is important. Oh, Stalwart. It looks like now Stalwart's in a bit of a pickle situation if you think about it, right? Because exactly. They have one team right next to them, a few players around them. Stalwart, I don't know.
But if you talk about the confidence this team has, look at the split. I hope you're looking at the split they have. They're covering a lot of land area, and they're not scared of actually sending their teammate all by himself somewhere else. Now, this is what you talk about having an experience underneath your belt. Stalwart Esports, they're just playing pretty tension-free. They are not really taking a lot of pressure in these games. They're just letting the games flow by. And as soon as they got in from the previous group, they actually secured a chicken dinner as well. So they are here to prove something, and I'm pretty sure in the end of the day, they are going to pretty much rack up a lot of points for themselves. I'm expecting a top 3 position from this team already. As you can see, Snipe YT. Oh, Action, you better not peek out like that. I know you're a star player for this team, but okay.
I mean, Snipe, he had that understanding, right? Oh, obviously, because, JyanMaara, they got a few shots from the other side. They got a few shots from Pika a few seconds back, and that's why they were just, trying to look on this at that place. And now they saw Action. They're like, all right, let's dish out some damage. And that did happen. Now they're trying to look onto Rafat's area. I guess Snipe understands it. Yeah. Probably. Oh, damn. This vehicle. Which one's your favorite, Nikro?
I would say there's like a Galaxy Lamborghini skin. Have you ever seen that?
Oh, yeah. I know.
like that. I like that.
But, oh, damn. Oh! Look at that pickup. This time he just comes out as he takes down Snipe. He was trying to go for it. And now Snipe got sniped in the head. That's good. That's good, right? That is really, really good. And now Spike on the other side has been taken down as well. So things are not that looking good for a few teams. A few players are in the open that are just, peeking widely, just coming down, stopping their vehicles in the open. What is it like? Where do you think they're lacking?
I mean, if they're going to make plays like that, I think so. Quite a lot of things are lacking right there. I don't even need to point it out. But yeah, Rafa, a little peek. And it's going to take a bit of damage. Now, at this point in the game, teams, they're just going to have their sweet little compounds to work with, and they're just going to try and burn through enemy meds. Look at the next circle shift, too. It's right on top of Deadeyes Guys. They're right in the smack center. Now, there are pros and cons for the center position as well. You can also be the center retraction, which is one of the worst things in PUBG Mobile.
Oh, definitely. But now look at the circle. You see that edge line coming up around the players of JyanMaara, and in fact, not even JyanMaara. There's Stalwart as well from onto the back lines. And for Mongolians, I believe their play style has changed a bit. Now they try to play from the edge of the circle, as opposed to in the last seasons we used to see them more or less around the center zones of the circle. So, and it kind of is helping them. Obviously, it has helped them. They got the chicken dinners of the first 2 games. So I believe we are seeing a gameplay change in their mentalities.
Mentality change, game style change. I mean, league play days are the days where you try to implement some new plays as well. But look at this little angle. Oh, Stalwart Esports. You cannot let those slip by. But it's okay. At least you try to recover in the time. Action will need to try and smoke out that angle, and that's what he's exactly going to do. Just to provide a little bit of more cover. But again, the smoke's not going to block the bullet, so that's why Top is now going to reposition himself. I've also seen so many new uses of the carry feature, right? I mean, I've been casting North America, PMPL, and players there, they're actually utilizing the carry feature so well, and it sometimes amazes me.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that does, come in handy when you have to just, take down your player to a safer spot. Oh, on the other side, the zone shrinking in fourth circle definitely is going to be quite interesting to see, because third, fourth, fifth circle is where the plays are made, and the plays are definitely important out here. Do you think, though, this is where we'll see South Asian region dominate in this game as opposed to the Mongolian region that we're seeing? Because Mongolian region definitely, the first two games, they have taken their train on a good track, to be honest.
Okay, I'm going to hold on to my words for now, though, as Atrax, that's quite a risky rotation from their side, but TDK, they're not going to back out for this one. But the man in the back who has the guns in the hand, Suyog, is going to provide a lot of cover fire, but still, on the cost of what? One man did get taken out, but they're actually able to get the rest back up. But Atrax, they're not going to be happy about that, because one of their men as well has went down. The confirmation hasn't been done just yet, but they're going to take their sweet little time. Over here, Pika, he's just trying to blow a lot of punches on the enemy teams, just trying to crack some skulls open. He did do once, though. He has tasted that blood, and I'm pretty sure he wants to drink some more.
Definitely, but look at the situation now as Prabin is trying to cook another nade, and Jhukega Nahi is just on the sidelines. The nade moves on to the other side. Jhukega Nahi is trying to move in onto this area. Obviously, the player is Badre, but right now, Extreme and Prabin onto the outskirts of these areas. Prabin just, trying to go with another nade for himself. Akku as well with Jhukega. I like this name, to be honest. I like this name, and I'm just gonna keep on calling this name. Girls on the other side, definitely just taking down the players on the other side of this map. But looks like Prabin, he could have had a good vision of his opponents, but now he has that TPP angle. As for when Jhukega Nahi would try to just enter in onto these areas. Look at Prabin. He's trying to get the TPP, but then again, 7C, they are not exactly entering right now.
Yeah, they're going to take their sweet time. 7C, the main priority here is as much as amount of control they can get. High voltage, they're just pinned down in this compound at this point, because 7C, they have a lot of landmass control. All four players up. They're just making sure that high voltage, they're not really getting a lot of breathing space. As you can see, high voltage, they're quite scared. But over here is the players of 7C. I'm pretty sure they do not want to bend over. So high voltage, they will need to try and find a new way to try and bend them over.
Still waiting on to the situation as for what 7C is going to do. I mean, obviously, they are inside the circle if you look at it. But now things might just be bad as Top is taking down the players. Look at the way, look at the distance. Look at the way he just, spotted out his opponent from that one sliver of a window, and now Prabin switching on to FPP, just trying to move forward, and that is what people do, right? You get more vision onto these lighter areas from where you have to just look down to the lower sides, and that's why you switch on to the FPP. That was good. Oh, Killer is on low HP. T2K is just, the players are being taken down. Look at the Skylightz on the other side, taking fight with IHC. This is what we wanted to see as Alex takes down HA. Carlson surviving, Neema's down as well, IC's down as well. Mafia Ninja on the other side, he has taken down the toll on his HP as well, and Godless onto the backlines. This is the fight that everyone wanted to look out for. And in this fight right now, Skylightz has been dominating on all the forces as they take down IHC.
IHC. This rivalry is going to keep on continuing forward. But what a nade from Suyog. That's going to shut one of the players of DRS down as Killer YT now taking out the game. DRS, they know there's going to be no way Killer YT is going to be back up on his feet. So at this point, might as well just let him go. 10 teams alive, 29 players in total. Still a lot of teams alive in such a small circle. This is going to be a good news for Deadeyes Guys, because they are right in the smack center with the best compound in the entire game.
Definitely just coming down onto this one. DRS now, they are also trying to make up their mark right now, but Venom Legends. All right, one player surviving, but it takes one to rule them all as he just takes down the players on the other side. Atrax, they have been eliminated. 8 teams, in fact, surviving onto the situation as C2K was the next one against which the fights were happening. Look at this Delta. What are you doing out there in the open? All right, still safe. He's still safe, though, because that minor ridge area.
Oh. Here we go. JyanMaara. This has came down to a complete stalemate. We saw a lot of fights happening out and over, and now it's True Love who's actually going to deliver with that DP. Well, he was able to find one, and then Skylightz Gaming as well. They're not going to back out. 7C. Troubles are knocking their door for sure as JyanMaara. They're now out in the open. They don't really have a lot of compound to work with. And Stalwart Esports, now they're trying to breach in their defense. So JyanMaara, they're going to be a little jealous of that fact. As Scry already finds an opening on the Susan. A big man taken out. JyanMaara, now they're going to start to sweat.
In all these situations, Gunnar just onto the backlines, and Pika with that M24 is still not stopping as he takes down one from 7C. And Gunnar just, pushing down the smoke grenades onto the backline so that he gets the cover, and his teammates also get the cover, and the vision gets blocked out as they need to move forward to revive. And that did not happen. Instead, Gunnar, he gets a lot of shots on himself.
Oh, I like what Stalwart Esports is doing. 2-2 split, making sure the teams on the right as well, they're not coming anywhere close to the territory that Stalwart Esports want to rule out. So these two players, they're trying to third-party this entire JyanMaara squad because they know JyanMaara is being pressured by a lot of teams at this point. And JyanMaara as well. There you go. Another player goes down. Action, on the other hand, is going to keep on raining death and destruction on the players of 7C Deadeyes Guys. Oh, that's quite a risky rotation. Venom Legends is not going to be able to get away from that one this time. He gets taken out easily. Deadeyes Guys, as I said, the compound this team has, they are the rulers of the zone.
Skylightz, are they bringing this one home? That's the question. Deadeyes Guys, are they bringing this one home? That's the question. But Stalwart is there. Although they only have two players, still they'll try to do everything in their power to get another one for Mongolian region. On the other side, look at this. No Fear actually has no fear as he takes down one, and DRS. Oh, they are out. They got 10 points, but they are out. 13 players alive, 5 teams surviving, and Stalwart, they are trying to survive. They are trying everything that they can, but it's just not enough as strike goes down by Nima.
Oh no, that 2-2 split actually did not work out in their favor. Oh, I've seen some of the top teams try and use this. For example, Knights in North America, and they actually played to perfection. But over here, Stalwart Esports kind of struggling on this side this time. It's okay. Skylightz Gaming, they're just peppering down. They're being the Green Rippers of this game. Skylightz Gaming, they're not going to stop anytime soon. They're just going to keep on going forward. They're going to keep on knocking on enemy doors. Deadeyes Guys, they have a good compound to work with, but now, because the zone shift, they're also going to be shifted out the compound as well.
Definitely we'll have to see what happens, but right now Skylightz is trying to do everything in their favor, in their power, in fact, for true love. The zone's going to take if the player zone as he gets down by the play zone. And now Deadeyes Guys will have to understand what they can do. They are trying to move forward. Maybe, if anything, Skylightz on the other side is as well trying to get their markers inside the circle, but will they be able to? That's the question, as every team has to get out in the open lands for themselves if they have to. No Fear. Well, he definitely had no fear, but now he has no teammates as well, so he'll have to understand what he does in this situation as he has no cover after this buggy as well. So many knows, but can he make it a yes? I mean, he's the last one surviving. That's the question in this situation. But Deadeyes Guys versus Skylightz, that's going to be a fight we'll have to witness. If No Fear has to do something is, he survives, maybe for the second position, but then again, it's still a long, long way to go.
Oh man, he takes off his pants just to make sure, or just to show the audience that he has no fear. But I'm just kidding. But yeah, moving forward though, Skylightz Gaming. Still, just trying to find some random finds through the smoke. And there you go, True Love is going to actually get taken down. That's a big man as well. Deadeyes Guys still, they're trying to move out. Again, they had the compound, but as soon as the circle shifted away, they needed to move out in the open. And this is the problem right there with the compound. And I knew it. There's not a lot of cover to work with. And this is the exact problem Deadeyes Guys are facing now. Because JyanMaara, look at this. No Fear has the capability to actually change the entire course of the game. He can try and spoil one team's game here.
Well, situations might just be a bit dicey with the players, as right now AJ is trying to go is trying to go for that revive, but Deadeyes Guys, they're trying to move forward. The nade parade is happening. The man-made red zone's coming up right now. Deadeyes Guys is trying to do everything in their power, in their favor, as they are moving forward. Muffin Ninja is pretty close. Galson goes down as well. He follows up. AJ is on low HP. Nades, well, they are happening. The social distance kills is what their players are trying to go for. More and more nades are coming up. AJ's on low HP as well. Shari just shooting everything that he sees. He thinks is moving. He's trying to go for it as Shari is going with the nades as well. Shari, how many do you have in your pocket, man? Nades and nades and nades and nades for this lad. Muffin Ninja's the last one surviving in the situation. As Deadeyes Guys, well, they're trying to bring one home for themselves. Mafia Ninja, one with the nature, trying to just stay. Maybe he'll slay, but it's still a long shot as No Fear takes down one. Shifu sir is down. Shifu sir is down. No fear. He's trying to go for that kill as well as he gets one for himself. It's a 3-on-1-on-1 situation. No fear now with his own nades. Well, Deadeyes guys, this should not be the final situation for you, as we have seen this team falters on the final days of the final games, but the day has just started. The games have just started. Deadeyes guys, you need to win it all at all the costs, and we'll see if they do it or not. Look at the trajectory of those nades as they are just falling up on Deadeyes guys. But now the circle, is it with them? That's the question. Shari sir, just trying to do everything in his power, but will he be able to? That's the question as well.
Oh man, a lot of utilities raining down on each other. As you said, it's a 3-on-1-on-1 situation. Look at Turulov just trying to dash in forward, making sure it's not giving a lot of footsteps away with this one. Now just trying to bob and weave around. They don't exactly know where the player from JyanMaara is. He's right underneath them, and he's making sure that none of them are actually spotting him out. Fear, oh, he needs to keep his nerves calm.
Fear.
He has nerves of steel for sure. He's trying to hold his nerves with his gun as the entire squad of Deadeyes guys is right in front of him. And there's no way they're still not spotting him out. There we go. Finally, Turulov is actually going to get a little glance, a little glimmer of him, and he's going to shut him down instantly. 2 teams alive. Mafia Ninja from Skylightz Gaming is the only man left over. And there you go. Deadeyes guys, they're going to put the final nail in the coffin, having the prime positioning in the final zone as well. Deadeyes guys doing it so well.
Oh, their overall rank comes down to the 5th position, but that doesn't matter. They're still in top 16, and that's all that matters right now. But Deadeyes guys, finally they have it for themselves. They got it. No fear. Well, he was nowhere to be seen for a while, but Deadeyes guys, they made sure that they get that chicken dinner for themselves. After that, they took down one more player that was surviving. That was Mafia Ninja from Skylightz. Although Skylightz, well, this is another time they were in top 4, top 5, but well, they could not make up their marker. That's not the situation now, but wow, what a game coming down from Deadeyes guys. The first one coming down for the Nepali region.
Exactly. I mean, they're going to be happy for sure because so far, Mongolia region was actually dominating through, but now Nepal region as well showing themselves up. And this is what I wanted to see, you know, a little bit of variety. But as you said, it doesn't really matter. Top 16 is what you're aiming for. As long as you're going to be in the top 16, that's all that matters.
Definitely. But, you know, we're going to be talking about the stats and the other games as well, but right after a really short break. Well, here we are, ladies and boys and girls. Third game has just ended, and what a brilliant way to just bring it back to the Nepali region from Deadeyes guys. My name is Oshin Sharma. Alongside me is Neeraj Necrosangle, and well, it has been an incredible day right now so far for the Mongolians. But Deadeyes guys just breaking their momentum. What do you have to talk about? What do you have to say about that, Necro?
I mean, I wouldn't really say breaking their momentum. It's okay, they just got the one game slip by. It's okay, you can always expect one of the other games slipping by. But again, as I said, a lot of teams are not actually taking this as serious as you want them to take. Super Weekend is where it all comes down to, because this is where you're also going to be getting a lot of money in your pockets.
That's true, but let's have a look at the MVP right now. If we just talk about it, and this time it is True Love. 27 minutes of survival time, 947 damage, 5 eliminations.
Exactly. I mean, we saw this man doing so well. True Love right there. Deadeyes Guys having the prime positioning in the zone. All they needed to do was just make sure they were holding that compound down and just raining down a lot of bullets on the players. And True Love was actually able to do that pretty well and precisely. So, hey, here you have True Love with pretty much the MVP of that previous game. But as you brought it up, Mongolian region, they were dominating it through. But what I'm really wondering, is this going to be the same course even in Super Weekend?
That is correct. That is correct. But right now, if you talk about the top players, we see True Love definitely. And then there's Yalzin, 6 eliminations and 680 damage. Shari, Frag Boy coming down there as well. What? For the first time I'm seeing this. A player with 0 eliminations is in the top 5 players because he has a damage of 900 and survival time of 27 plus minutes. But
Whoa.
0 eliminations. We say 40% weightage to the damage, 40% to the survival time. This guy just has 80% of the bunch and the rest 20-0. Still he's there.
I don't know who
In the
stole this
top
man's kills.
5.
Who stole this man's kill? Please find him, because if I was in his shoes, I would be pissed at this point. But yeah, take a look at this straight up comparison as between Skylightz Gaming and Deadeyes Guys. As Skylightz Gaming was, of course, the second team that survived in that previous game, but huge difference, as you can see, in damage received as well. And damage received makes a lot of sense, right? Deadeyes Guys, they had just a compound to play with. All they needed to do was just hold it down. They had all the cover in the world, and they played that to perfection. On the other hand, though, knocks, 11 knocks secured from both the sides.
Both the sides, yeah, 11 knocks coming up, but that average survival also just makes a lot of difference, because Skylightz, they lost their players quite earlier as compared to Deadeyes Guys. Obviously, Deadeyes Guys just went till the end of the game for themselves. They lost one of their players in the final circles. Total points, both of them got 23 total points, because one team got 8 eliminations, the other got 11, and well, 3-point difference is something that just separates the first and the second position, and that's where it was. But they got it on the elimination one. We are on the match summary right now, if we just talk about it, and look at this: highest knocks by Yalzin, highest eliminations by Yalzin, highest damage by True Love, highest assist by Frag Boy, and longest distance coming up by Alex. Alex always finds a way.
Oh man, IHC, of course, this team has a long history, but let's not get into that just yet. But yeah, Deadeyes Guys, we got to give them a lot of props. They have been coming through a long way as well. Frag Boy, one of the players that used to play for Raw in the past, and now coming over here. This man had a lot of talent. I knew it. And he's actually able to showcase that too this time in this PMPL. So I'm really glad Frag Boy is finally getting that groove in with this team as well. Because last time we saw he had quite a lot of problems, actually settling down with a new team. But now, as he's got a lot of time to play with him, he's doing a great job. But Skylightz Gaming overall in the match rankings, as you guys can see, they're pretty much leading the charts here.
Definitely leading the charts right now for this match ranking. Obviously, it just comes down, if there's a tiebreaker, elimination gets the charter. And right now, elimination, they had higher number of eliminations, 11, as compared to the chicken dinner team that had 8. So they got that high seed on this match ranking to talk about it. JyanMaara on the other side, Raw as well, DRS as well. So this time, Mongolians, they were not in top 5, although Stalwart was out there on the 6, 7C on 7, Seed on 8. So yeah, but I mean, for a few teams, it's still not looking that good, because again, obviously, it's still a start, but you have to be in top 16, and that matters a lot.
Yeah, and exactly. We talk about how first day, it actually sets the momentum for the rest of the day as well. So you always got to make sure you at least have a couple of games underneath your sleeves. You don't really need chicken dinner. All you need is a little bit of more consistent point. But hey, to keep this in mind, you still have 3 more games to go forward. Actually, 2 more games to go forward. So you can always try and settle back and watch and take your notebooks out and make sure you're getting your homework done. But hey, Ocean, it seems like now it's your time to pop off, because it's the Zone Atlantis' time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is the time for zone analysis, and I know I do that better than anyone else when coming down to it. But look at this. So the circle, first, you understand it, right? Yeah, I mean, you know it. Come on. First circle just comes down to the areas. You see how Stalwart, they always like to go for that rotation. Previously, it used to be Action who used to be the first one to go to the other side of the bridge. But now with the changes of the bridge, it's Pika this time who's just moving on to the other side, and obviously the circle shifting down to the sidelines of Farm, Milta, and all. That created a lot of pressure for the teams who had to rotate from the southern side. Obviously, there was no one now that was rotating, but look at Wally just staying on that side, trying to get a few points if he could. And that definitely was just, creating quite a lot of difference when it came down to it. And, well, I wanted to see a bridge fight in this kind of a zone. I mean, the new bridge, I mean, what do you think about that?
Dude, the new stairs, I absolutely love them because imagine the amount of headshot angles you can actually play, and there's a lot of surprising factors on the stairs as well. I mean, we just haven't seen a bridge circle just yet. I personally want to see it because I've been casting NA as well, and I haven't really seen a bridge circle just yet over there as well. But I want to see a bridge circle. I want to see players. I want to see teams actually trying to utilize that to perfection. I want to see some new strats around that.
Oh, definitely, definitely. Obviously, the bridge is a bit wider as well. No central, vehicle blocks coming down. The side stairs, they are definitely good, but that also just, gives you quite a bit of a room to just, settle down if you want to. And obviously, we'll see those fights happening, but the central lines, the open lines is something that these players will use for in the long-range sprays as for when it just, comes down to it. But, well, look at Deadeyes Guys' position right now. It's all about the right positioning. It's all about the right split. Look at their split. Two players looking to the backside from where T2K, Atrax, like they were coming. Two players looking to the central side. After that, all of them combined together to started moving forward. And, well, we saw that classic hint of a Deadeyes Guys as we have seen in the last seasons just coming down. This team, I mean, this name, in fact, they have been really good. Shifu, just sticking with this team right from the beginning of Deadeyes Guys. Mad respect to the lad.
Exactly. I mean, he's been there with this same banner, competing for a lot of time. And Shifu, sir, as you said, he deserves a lot of respect without a doubt. And Deadeyes Guys finally able to show themselves in this game as well. They're definitely going to have some huge smirks on their faces. And moving forward, talk about the momentum. Already having day one chicken dinner secured underneath your sleeve, and especially 2 more games to go. Deadeyes Guys, they can actually just sit back and relax now.
I mean, now, definitely, for sure, I get it. But you know about Deadeyes Guys, right? Things do go haywire here and there. But, well, let's have a look at the open moments of this game as for what we were, the action that we were witnessing. And, oh, Slipknot, he definitely slipped while crossing the road afterwards. Yeah, this is where he slipped.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a way to push, bud. But, yeah, pretty much pushing out in the open, especially when you don't really have a lot of info. That's kind of a rookie mistake, I would call it. But, yeah, CeeLo over here, they did quite well trying to challenge this fight against them, and they were actually successfully able to eliminate them out the game as well. Deadeyes Guys, this is how they were sweeping their way in. They were fighting their way to victory.
Well, situations definitely just went a bit dicey here and there. High voltage. I mean, this is a name that I believe they have had their own shares of good and bad games in all the situations, but now that it's just a start still, but it's not exactly the good start that we wanted this team to have. But Skylightz, I mean, this team is definitely showcasing the consistent performance that they have done under the previous name, previous banner, and this knockout, was brilliant by top.
I don't know, Stalwart Esports, they were just bullying them. 7C was absolutely getting bullied from all the different angles. It's like 7C, they were just not getting a little bit of time off from this entire domination that they had going on to themselves. And Skylightz Gaming right here, of course, a phenomenal performance. This is what you expect, right? This roster right here, previously used to play under the banner of DRS and now moving on forward against a big org like Skylightz Gaming. They're doing a great job, of course. Now it's just upgrades moving on forward. And I want to see this team also do better in the upcoming stages too, because last time it was a little blunder in the Global Championship. Let's not go back. But yeah, I want to see this team going forward. I want to see this team do better than they did last time.
Well, definitely. But now let's have a look at the damage draft. 2603. Coming down from Deadeyes Guys. So this has been the case, right? Obviously, we are seeing damage more than 2,000 for the team that gets chickened. And other teams will definitely, they're trying. 7C gets a damage of 1,000 just for them. And other than that, it's like, a few teams definitely have the damage stats more than 1,000. But look at A1 Esports, a team that is second last, has a damage of 1119 with 3 kills. Surprisingly, 1119 is divisible by 3. But well, yeah, the second last team getting down a damage of more than 1,000, that showcases that concept of good fights and bad fights as for where they were.
Exactly. A1 Esports, even though they were all the way kind of like at the end too, but still look at the amount of damage as you beautifully pointed that out. Taking a look at the overall rankings too, ladies and gentlemen, that's quite a huge catapult from the side of Skylightz Gaming all the way on the second place. Napalm flag definitely is going to be flying high.
Definitely. Right now, we see the teams just coming out. TRZ, ElementriX, High Voltage, T2K. Well, T2K is not in top 16. I won't say that, I'm not surprised or I'm surprised or anything, because we know there have been times when T2K has been out of top 16, but second day they always climb up. They like to climb up in these ways. So I'm hopeful for that. Right now, all these names, I mean, think about it, right? DRS, they had a good climb with this game. 7C, they are in top 16 with this game. They would obviously want to climb more and more for themselves. But after all these things, we are going on to the second last match of the game in a while, and that is Miramar. And in that, Group B is not going to be playing, Necro.
Exactly. As I said, Deadeyes Guys, now they can pretty much sit back, relax, and just watch these games. So Deadeyes Guys from Group B, Raw as well, High Voltage, and Venom Legends, they're going to sit back, relax, take their coffees out, take their notebooks out, take some notes out too. Because, of course, it's just day one. Actually, you know what? Don't take notes. It's just day one. You never know. Teams are actually trying to use some fake strats here and there. But day two is where stuff goes down. Day two is where they actually try and roll out some new tricks. This is what I call it, right? Day two is the day of comebacks. The latter half of the board, they try their everything. They just try everything. They're trying to get in the top 16.
Definitely. They try because, you know, top 16 is something that's just, you know, survival of the fittest. That just comes down that if you survive till that time, you will move forward. But right now, in a while, ladies and boys and girls, we will be moving forward with the game that will be coming right on our screens in a while. But what are your expectations coming down to this second last, in fact, the last Miramar of the day, the second last game of the day? What are your expectations from this one?
Actually, I just want teams to go all out. I want some early frags happening. I want some early fights because I feel like early fights, early elims, that's going to make your mentality even much more stronger and even much more chill in later games. That's going to help you compose. That's going to help you get rid of those early jitters in the game.
Well, that definitely is correct. But, you know, coming down to the Mongolian region, when we talk about it, Miramar is kind of their strongest suit because they like to rotate slow. They like to stay outside the circle for a while. Then they try to just, you know, barge in. They try to move in. So it's just, you know, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll talk about that in a while as the game is about to begin, ladies and boys and girls. We have the player cams on our screen, but then again, we will see the flight path. We'll see the fights. We'll see the chicken dinners. We'll see the impressive games.
Exactly. We are going to be seeing the impressive game for sure. Because from now on, the competition is just going to keep on amping up. And this is what I like to see. I want the competition to go even much more higher. I want teams like 1952 to show themselves. So we look on forward. Yep. This match is probably going to be starting, and after a while, in a couple of seconds, the plane fly path should be in front of us. And yep, as you guys can see already, the plane is ready. Here we go. Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen, as the plane fly path is in front of us, and it's going to be starting from Los Leonos. So this is going to be quite an interesting one, because the last Miramar game started from actually kind of Los Leonos because it was a city center. It was a city end. And I personally love it, okay? There's going to be a lot of haters in the chat for sure who don't really like the city endings, but I personally love it because it's an absolute chaos going all around the place. You never know where to expect teams. You never know where there's going to be one single player just hiding in the window and just trying to get a little glimmer of you and who's trying to take you out. You never know. But on the other hand, as you guys can see, plane fly path starting from Los Leonos all the way to La Cabrera. Teams that are not going to be having that much amount of trouble unless they want to go all the way on the edge of the maps on the right side towards LSR, and maybe the struggles will be seen. But for now, it's going to be a couple of teams, for example, TRZ also exiting out quite early from the plane fly path. Now, talking about teams like DRS, right? Of course, huge banner to try and play with. So far, they haven't really been doing that great in the overall rankings, but I'm pretty sure as the time passes by, as day two comes along, DRS, they're going to start to chime in as well. They're going to start to show themselves up because this is one of those orgs that is not going to sign just any kind of players. These players have been playing since a long time. They have a lot of confidence. They have a lot of experience to play with, and I'm pretty sure as time progresses on, DRS, they're just going to keep on getting even stronger. Here we go. The circle as well is in front of you guys. And this is an interesting one too, because it's been a long time. I haven't really seen a circle like this. That means potentially water treatment, and that's what might just be happening, but we still just don't know yet because it's a northern circle kind of tilted on the right side towards LSR. So teams that do want to go to LSR, they can have a free route for themselves. I've seen in the past, 7C is one of those teams that like to drop in LSR, so probably they're trying to find some vehicles to move around with. But then you have Dax as well in El Pozo. Now, Dax, so far, if you ask me, kind of in an okay spot, but I still feel like they can try and do a little bit more better to try and solidify a better spot in the future rankings as well. And I'm pretty sure Dax is one of those teams, they have it in them. All they need to do is just get rid of those early jitters. It's just get rid of those early overthinkings, because I've seen in the past too, a lot of teams do tend to overthink. A lot of teams do tend to second guess themselves. Wait, hold on. Where did you come from? Hello? Where's Ocean? What did you do to him? No, what did you do to Ocean, man? Wow. Damn, what's going on between you two, man? I mean, I'm happy that you're here. I'm so happy that you're here. I love you, man. Why did you just... What? Oh. That kind of hurts me. You love Miramar more than me? All right, bud. All right, you know what? Now I'm just going to focus on the game. I'm kind of pissed at you. You better try and get back to me, though. But yeah, moving forward, as TRZ, they're going to try and go for some early rotations. Makes a lot of sense, too. As you can see, they don't really have a lot of utilities to back themselves up. They don't really have a lot of loot to work around with, so they're going to try and find themselves a sweet spot where no one is going to be around them, kind of in a social distancing kind of quarantine.
Well, definitely. And playing along these lines is definitely not going to be easy for them. On the other side, though, we do have the lads from Stalwart Esports on our screens. Had a great start to the day today and still looking to keep the ball rolling. In fact, have found a comfortable spot for themselves inside the circle, so not really a lot of incentive for them to move from their position in Hacienda and then try and see if they can take those fights, because they are surrounded. The drop location of Stalwart Esports is quite close to DRS. It's quite close to DRS. There's T2K, there's ElementriX too, there west as well. There's Vibes who are going to close in on the location, who have just landed just south of Picado. So it is definitely going to be quite interesting to see what the next move of this team is going to be. But so far in this game, and I think Necro, you're going to be you will agree with me on this. 7C Esports, they have the best position in this match.
Oh, they are. They are going to have a really good spot. But as you guys can see, the player card in front of us, Action from Stalwart Esports, total limb of 7. This man deserves his own spot of highlights, okay? So that's why we have a special card lined up only for Action. Okay, I'm going to just stop kidding, because we also have the couple of players from Stalwart Esports. Oh my God, the teams are actually just getting juggled up, because all these teams, the performance they showed in the previous game, it's just absolutely immaculate, right? It's hard to match the pace that these teams are throwing at us.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the pace, especially towards the end of the game, is quite insane. And considering, I mean, even in the last Miramar, we had a lot of teams remaining. I mean, you see 10, 12 teams alive, and all of a sudden the numbers just cut down to 4. And that sort of level of chaos 20 minutes into the game, I mean, you hardly get to see that, but it is still quite interesting to see. Since it is just the first day, it is match number 4 right now. We have one more game after this one, and then there's tomorrow as well for the league play days. So there's plenty of opportunity for all the teams, all the individuals to work on their stats. But we do have Spike in front of us, a 19-year-old, so quite young, quite a lot of time ahead of him. Has dished out so far in the game somewhere around 200 damage and was securing 1 elimination. But hey, that's what the veterans in the lineup are for. When the youngsters are struggling a little bit, the veterans with their experience, they take all the pressure on, make sure that the team performs consistently.
Exactly. The veterans are there to make sure to guide the young bloods, because the young bloods, they have the reaction time, they have the mechanics down to the gut. But then this is where the veterans come in with a lot of experience to put a leash on these players and make sure they're playing with the team, they're sticking with the team, and they're utilizing every single strat that they have practiced with the team. Because sometimes the boiling blood might just get a little bit too much. They might just get out of hands to try and get a little aggressive sometimes against some teams. But this is when an experienced player is trying to hold them back and make sure that, hey, you're not doing this. You need to stay with your team. I understand you are a good player, but sometimes you got to control your ego, bud. But now, Johnny, you know, we know 19 is an age. It's kind of an okay age. But you know which is the best age to relive? It has to be 17 or 16. 17 or 16 is the age where I actually want to go back and live my life.
Not for me though. I mean,
Which okay then, what
I
is
mean,
going to age?
right now, because well, I get to enjoy the action. I get to work with something that I love, which is PUBG Mobile, and I'm just having the time of my life right now as well. It's one day at a time right now, and again, I think if you talk about being very young, I mean, there's a lot of pressure of being in school, of performing in your studies, and I did not like that. Wasn't very studious. I mean, you can clearly tell with how Ocean and I interact. So, yeah.
Wait, what do you mean with Ocean and you interact? Hold on.
I'm
So
not
what are you
that
trying to say
smart
there?
with numbers. I'm not that. I wasn't a studious kid, so yeah.
Neither was I. So I used to just bounce off my school. Not even gonna lie.
Yeah,
Just take
I
some
did
time
not have
off with
that
my friends.
version.
Neither did I. I used to pretend that I used to go to school, but I didn't a lot of times. But let's not talk about that.
Yeah.
For now,
That's
we
a
are
bad lesson to give to the youngsters, by the way. Stay in school.
Don't get out of school. Stay in school. Don't you dare try and move out of your classrooms. But yeah. Moving forward, though. It's going to be 1952. Now, one of those teams that is all the way in the latter half of the board. Not really doing so great just yet. But hey, I'm pretty sure this is one of those teams that have a lot of experience underneath their belt. And they can always try and utilize that experience. Now, Ocean and I had this entire conversation of how league play doesn't really matter. What really matters is top 16.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, this is a discussion as old as time itself. I mean, even in the last PMPL Season 4, we were still talking about the same thing. There have been teams that do show up to the league stage very strong with new tactics, new strats, new lineup. Everything is fresh. They look really strong in the league play, but what ends up happening is you reveal too much to the opposition, and that in turn makes sure it's easier for the opposition. It's easier for the competition to take you down during the Super Weekend where the points actually matter. But for now, it is going to be a matter of urgency for the lads of JyanMaara to show up and provide backup for their teammate Snipe, as he has been pinned down by Entry, was trying to find the first opening of the game. But ladies and gentlemen, an airdrop being recovered for the lads of Stalwart Esports. Let's see if we're going to see that in action.
Oh, man. We're definitely going to be seeing them in action soon. As Venom Esports, one of those teams that's been doing quite well in the overall rankings, and I'm pretty sure at this point,
yeah,
they're not lacking any kind of experience. They have been competing for years this long. And the way these guys play too, I mean, I don't really need to talk a lot about them, right? There has been their ups and downs. Their journey has been tipsy-turvy. But hopefully this time in this PMPL, I'm expecting greatness out of this team. As 1952, they're going against their counterparts. Venom Esports, they're going to back out at C-Vine. Oh, he almost did spot out a couple of players in front of him. And he's also now getting shot at from the little bit of off angle. C-Vine, he's out in the open. He's going to sweat out, but he's still trying to move back to safety. And he barely is able to do so.
But look at what has happened right now. A1 Esports getting third party, and it's Train to Kill that are here to capitalize. Dante has been taken down, and ladies and gentlemen, 10 minutes into the match, we get to see the first blood happen. Train to Kill, 1 point on the board. Let's see if they can secure more. But 1952, I think even now they realize that A1 Esports, they're going to be lacking numbers in this fight, and it is going to be their opportunity to capitalize as well. But that is not the decision. The priority has been given to a safer approach to the game. So C-Vine, he's going to be recovered. He's going to be brought back into the cover with the rest of the team. And 1952, they're going to go back to holding their position, holding the compounds.
You don't really need to be that aggressive in these compounds. So
yeah,
always quite early. There's a lot of land covered by the zone as well. So might as well try and take things a little slow. But I also like some early engagements for myself as Train to Kill. Look at this replay, some precision from the side of TDK Sandesh. Now, Sandesh, of course, we have known this man. He's absolutely phenomenal with his mechanical skills. Been casting this man for a long time now. I'm familiar with every single play that this man makes or his entire play style. Venom Esports, though, we need to talk about this team, right, Johnny? And I feel like this team is one of the most oldest teams out there. They have been playing with each other for a long time, but still the struggle has been seen somewhere down line sometimes.
Yeah.
Last year, if you remember, they were struggling a lot with their communication.
I mean, that has been the case with A1 Esports, as you mentioned the last time around. But this time, again, another thing that was an issue back then was their lack of willingness to be a part of the action when it came to those squad fights. And that is something that needed to change for the team. This time, I think they are revamped and coming into the season looking a little bit more consistent with their positioning inside the circle. I mean, even now they have a very good spot towards the southeast, towards Minas Generalis Mountains, towards the eastern side. And it is going to be definitely quite interesting to see what their next steps are going to be. I mean, they do have quite a safe approach, finding themselves towards the 4th, the 5th circle, but from there on out towards the extreme late game stages when it's your time to just close out the game, try and secure those final 2 points before the exits happen. That is when A1 Esports was struggling towards the closing moments. But now it is 1952. Their next target is going to be the team of Phantom Esports. Entry finding the opening once again, like always, is going to force the players of Phantom to reassess where they were going.
Phantom now, they will need to try and reroute for sure. And that's what they're exactly doing. One of the players get taken out that early in the game. Not Phantom. They are handicapped. Not a good news for sure. MR5 is trying to make sure he's keeping as much as distance as possible from the enemy team. And that's what they're going for. But as you can see, Dax on either hand, they've spotted out a couple of players in the front. It's going to be the player of ElementriX. I don't know how he got in that position, but that's such an unfortunate way to go down if you do. He's quite out in the open. There doesn't really have a lot of cover to work with, and the only cover he has is a smoking vehicle. It's probably going to blow up as soon as possible because ElementriX, one of those teams as well, if you talk about, they have a lot of experience. Mr. Hughes coming in inside the squad, one of the OGest players out there in the Nepal region, and now they're going down like this as sus. Oh, man, I don't really know what to say because these are some rookie mistakes.
I mean, they're coming back to the competitive circuit, to this level of competition after a while, sir. And a lot has changed since then till now. So maybe day number 1 is for them to just figure out where exactly they fit in within these 20 teams that are playing the league stages. And from tomorrow, we're going to see ElementriX in their natural element. But right now, Phantom Esports, already having lost Mad Max, from their side, are looking to see if they can get a trade in from the side of 1952, but that is not going to happen. And on the other side, ladies and gentlemen, in the kill feed, it looked like Stalwart Esports were part of some action and not on the side that they usually want. In fact, DRS is the one going for the opening. Seal Esports take ahead as AJ is going to find one more from the side. IHC getting caught off guard by Savage Esports. Necro, what is happening? The Mongolian Titans, they are falling left and right.
Oh, man. Definitely, I mean, it's kind of looked like hot and cold for now because Mongolians, they started off pretty strong, and now they're kind of falling down, so not really a good thing for them. But Alex from the side of IHC, in the past known as Zeus Esports, of course, don't really need to introduce this team to you guys because all the players are pretty much there. Just see Alex, kind of like a new name there.
I mean, yeah. A change in the lineup of IHC Esports, but again, a pleasant change as well, because we've seen them start off quite strong. Alex spotting out Eisenberg, and Savage Esports know exactly what Zeus did to them in the first game of the day, so I think they're going to be quite skeptical about taking this fight. But look at ElementriX almost handing death from up above to Skylightz Gaming, but right in the nick of time, we do see very nice knock, Mr. Yozo. You need to get out of there. There's a nade right next to him. Was it a smoke or a nade? I hope that was a nade.
It was a little overshoot, though.
So yeah, a little overshot, but they do manage to find the retaliation knock, in fact, on Insus. And Mr. Yozu is going to be taken out as well. Liquid, the last player surviving for his team. One option only for him is to back off, and it is not the right direction he's headed, and he's heading towards the players of the Atrax. And Dax, they're not going to be quiet about this. The shots keep on coming from every single direction. 7C is going to be there as well. Liquid is not going to survive, and it's going to be Kante and the Atrax who shot ElementriX down. Skylightz Gaming are going to be very happy about this because the team that was about to take them out just got finished off, and that just gives them some extra bit of breathing room to revive and then move forward.
Oh, it does for sure. But now it's Vibes and Stalwart Esports. Two of the big teams going against each other. Stalwart Esports, of course, one of those teams that's been looking under a lot of groove right now. the wipes, they still need to find that sweet tuning for themselves. As Jiggle, one of the best players out in this Nepal region, we've known this man's IGLing capabilities. It can lead to a lot of success. As TDK as well, they're going to actually third-party this entire situation. As you can see, Legend is able to find a couple of knocks, and now Dax on the other hand against 7C. 7C2, they're on these struggling phases. Dax, this game, it looks like they are not going to be stoppable. They're looking unstoppable.
But look at that, JyanMaara Snipe White, he leaving to his name as well, as we do see on the kill feed, him hitting a very nice headshot with a bolt action. But on the other side, the Atrax, they're trying desperately to find a way into the circle, just struggling on the very edge. It is not looking quite good for them, but IHC on the other side, we do see them on the kill feed again this time. I guess it is the revenge story for what happened to IC a few moments earlier, and in the 3v4, they do manage to find all the lads from Savage Esports, the second team to take an exit from this lobby, ladies and gentlemen, as we head towards the 20-minute marker, 18 minutes in the game right now. The Atrax against Skylightz Gaming as well, another fight happening on towards the, well, that is towards the southern edge as well. So it's going to be northern edge, I'm sorry, of the map. And that is also going to be quite interesting to see, because 7C is also going to be part of the action towards the east from the Atrax's perspective. So it's not going to be an easy fight for them to get out of. But AJ finding this opening on, off, and change everything.
Oh, and he does. He actually finds the opening too, and is now looking to reply back in style. Again, AJ is just going to keep on marching forward. But oh no, a little bit of back foot this time. Skylightz Gaming, they want to think this over. The utilities being rained down in front of them. They might just want to try and find the other opening, and that's what they exactly do. A great opening, another one found as Skylightz Gaming. Now they're just going to try and rule on top of them. Another one is trying to get taken down. Gyante is also dealing. He's also dealing with a lot of damage from the play zone. He's trying to tank it, but this nade might just seal it, and yes, it does. Final nail put in the coffin, and DRS Esports, they get taken out from this one in 14th spot. Not really a spot that you want to get out from.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, you also did see a team like Vibe Esports. They were charging on forward, but unfortunately, TDK with the high ground, they just spoiled their dreams.
And I think A1 Esports are going to be next. They just have 2 more players remaining in this game. It's not going to be easy for them to survive. We saw them on the kill feed as well, just taking ahead. But look at the Mongolian teams come against each other. Stalwart Esports on the high ground. IHC trying to climb up this mountain. A literal uphill battle for them. And the nade, Zol just barely managed to be out of the radius of that damage. But Godless, he's going to take a lot of body shots as he tries to move away. Alex, he's going to be in a world of trouble as well. Godless almost getting picked off. And Stalwart Esports, they're starting to capitalize in on IHC, but they have to be extremely careful as well, because Zol, he was left behind for a reason as he starts shooting left and right, and Stalwart Esports, they get wiped out. Zeus Esports, sorry, IHC is the team that come out on top, and TRZ, they're here for, well, the free picks for themselves. Godless got finished off. They found one more locked, so I believe IHC, they're down to the last man.
Yeah, they are down to the last man. Stalwart Esports, oh no, Action was just taking a lot of damage and also got engulfed by the blue zone. So also the Wall of Death was doing so much damage onto him. It was pretty much next to impossible at this point to try and tank the damage. Unless if it's the map of Sandhawk, then it's a completely whole nother rodeo. But for now, it's Skylightz Gaming. They've got complete eyes on the players of Steel. Baron is such an uncomfortable spot. He's also getting rained down by Nima. Bullets being rained down. Baron taking down so low. There is a little buggy covering him though for Seal. Seal, look at the position they found themselves in. They only have those little smoke grenades trying to cover themselves. As soon as the smoke fades away, pretty sure their lifeline too in front of their eyes is going to fade away too. 1952 right in front of him. One of the player is knocked out, or scratch that, make it 2. Now it's all down to entry.
So let's see. I mean, as you said, it's all down to entry, but JyanMaara on the other side, they're taking the fight quite nicely against the opposition and do manage to get the wipe as well as Snipe backs off. And it is going to be TRZ taking an exit from this lobby, ladies and gentlemen. Not enough points secured to 3 in the entirety of the game. Esports again, 1952. Entry is going to be finished off as well. One more team taking an exit, and It is down to the top 8 teams, 22 players still surviving. And if I'm going to try and make a prediction, I feel like Skylightz Gaming, they have a wonderful spot on the map. Northeastern edge of the circle, just one team towards the south. That is going to be the squad of Seal Esports that they have to deal with. And even then, they don't have to take a direct fight. They can just avoid them because JyanMaara is causing a lot of trouble for Seal Esports. There's a mountain separating the other two. IHC, Alex, I believe is the last player for his team, still alive in this game, has been spotted out by Susan from the side of JyanMaara Esports.
Oh man, JyanMaara. Alex, the last glimmer of hope for IHC. Is trying to smoke his position out. And Susan, look at him, just trying to get some little precise taps in and trying to shoot his toes out, but that's not the case for now. Oh, this time Snipe YT is going to actually snipe him out the lobby. What a skull-cracking shot. And Alex, he's going to feel that for sure. A punch in the gut for Alex right there. He must feel that in real life as well. But Killer YT, on the other hand, as you can see, is taking a dig on the enemy hills. That's TDK, and now they're also taking a couple of casualties. Sinister is quite close to them now. The only man left alive for Venom Esports. We talked about the consistency issue. In this game, definitely things are looking quite hurt. But Seal Esports right here in front of you guys. And they're looking quite decent in this game. They have 3 players up to work with. We've seen Baron and Wally. This combination right here, they can make a lot of things happen. DRS, Reaper Bot kind of stuck in an uncomfortable spot. 2 players to try and deal with, and he will be taken out as Killer YT from the back is going to provide the cover fire.
Well, but DRS, they do manage to survive for a little while longer, having secured 3 picks. Now the revivers are going to come in for the team Seal Esports. In the meanwhile, trying to take the fight against Skylightz Gaming. And, well, JyanMaara have done phenomenally well for themselves. 10 point already secured. Skylightz Gaming have lost Nima. So it's just the 3 lads that remain in the game. But JyanMaara, they are being gate-kept at this point by the lads of DRS. Trained to kill outside the lobby as well, having taken an exit on the 5th position in this game, down to the top 14 players still surviving. Killer YT with a utility, trying to see if he can cause a little bit of a little bit more trouble for the lads from JyanMaara. And, well, Susan was the man who was knocked out. He's back on his feet. Now it's time to heal up and re-engage. But, oh, Venom, what are you doing, lads?
Oh, a lot of misses right there for sure. But JyanMaara, they do know Seal is right in front of him. Look at the amount of elim points this team has, having every single player up this late in the game. JyanMaara, they're doing a phenomenal job of survival, but DRS2 cannot have ruled them out. As one of the players from Seal, they go down. Now it's all down to a 2-man squad. Seal, they're going to have a lot of pressure on their back. This 2-man squad, Demo and Baron, pressure is going to be felt. But on the other hand, it's pretty much going to be JyanMaara versus DRS with a 4-on-4 situation. And then you have Skylightz Gaming with 3 players up. Skylightz Gaming, of course, the older roster of DRS, and we've known how much they dominate the PMPL, so I don't really need to elaborate more on that.
I mean, definitely. Skylightz Gaming, I don't think this team needs an introduction again. We've been talking about them since the start of the game. It's a new set of players in the team, but these players have played under a very big banner before as well, and Skylightz Gaming, another very big name from Nepal. So quite like a match made in heaven, if you will. But talk about matches, and I guess Seal Esports find themselves matched up against the lad of DRS a little bit earlier on in the game, and Baron, he's going to find himself as the last player surviving for his team. Sees JyanMaara right in front, so he knows the moment he stands up is the moment he's going to get taken out. Skylightz Gaming trying to close the distance, trying to find the way inside the circle. And it's not going to be an easy one, as they have 2 teams and both of them are fighting against each other. But Skylightz Gaming, they've been spotted out. AJ is down, Galton is down as well. And it's down to Mafia Ninja, the last player from the team, to bring his teammates back in the game. And is that going to happen? Seal Esports, although, do end up taking an exit. So top 3. It's the 3 Nepali teams in the top 3 right now.
Oh, that nade is kind of shifting that vehicle on the side. Packing a huge punch for sure, but no fear now from the side of JyanMaara goes down. I was talking about how this team has all their 4 players up. Skylightz Gaming get eliminated on 3rd place with only 4 elim points to work with. Not really the best of the spot to get taken out, especially when you don't have a lot of elim points. But oh, that's a great fight from Rule, and now that's going to be opening a lot of opportunities as JyanMaara, they're going to be on the receiving end, and DRS, they're just going to keep on marching forward. These were the top 2 teams alive, and DRS, they're going to seal the deal, and they also get the chicken dinner in that game. what a game from their side.
I mean, definitely, this is an impressive performance from DRS Gaming, ladies and gentlemen, bringing them to the top 6 in the overall rankings. 23 points secured from this match with 8 eliminations. And let's not forget, I believe it was the 18th or the 20th minute of the game. DRS, they were sitting at 0 eliminations. They brought the aggression very late in the match, post 21, post 22 minutes. And from there on out, DRS Gaming, they did a phenomenal job to maintain the composure and to maintain the consistency with how they were taking those team fights. And, well, the result is the phenomenal chicken dinner from the soldiers.
Exactly. I mean, as you said, a phenomenal chicken dinner. DRS, they made sure they're staying as a tight-knit unit till the end of the game, and they made sure none of the other teams are actually going to try and isolate duels against them. And DRS, they played that to perfection till the end, and they came out on top as expected. But I wanted a little bit of more plays coming through from the side of JyanMaara. They just gave some free knockouts, and this is what we talk about. If you're going to let the enemy team isolate some duel against you, then hey, that's just, at that point, I would just call those rookie mistakes.
I mean, but for JyanMaara, I think they've pretty much more than made up for the points lost in terms of placement, right? They had a lot of eliminations for themselves. So I think they're going to be pretty happy about it. But exactly where does this match bring them in terms of the overall rankings? We're going to find out after this break. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring Season of 2022. This is Warren Super Johnny John, joined by Necro alongside with me. And this event, ladies and gentlemen, is brought to you by the official smartphone partner for PUBG Mobile Esports in South Asia, Oppo. And Necro, we just saw the action on Miramar and an interesting win for DRS as well. We were talking about JyanMaara, how they did a phenomenal job securing those eliminations. But now, do you somewhere feel that Skylightz Gaming as well, they had the opportunity to secure the win in this one, and they just missed it because of the over-aggression that we were seeing from their side towards the late stages of the game? Let's have a conversation about this. For now, ladies and gentlemen, let's also have a look at the MVP of the previous match.
Exactly. MVP of the previous map is going to be SnipeYT. We did see him connect some insane amount of shots with the M24, and he was actually able to get 7 elims for himself with 6 knockouts in general, and it seems like he actually stole one of those kills, but yeah, it's okay, you know. A couple of steals here and there is okay. We can let it slip by. But yeah, as you said, Skylightz Gaming, a little bit of overconfidence was being seen from them. But again, we talk about the league play coming into play, right? And we know how the league play doesn't really matter. How the league play doesn't really affect teams like DRS, teams like Skylightz Gaming, big organizations out there, because they know in the end of the day, it's going to be a piece of cake for them to actually get in top 16 in the league play and then try and secure that cash money and also try and get some nice amount of points in the Super Weekend. And Super Weekend is what really matters. So league play is kind of like meh.
I mean, I wouldn't say that. I mean, still, league play is about the competition. It is about these lads. I mean, the lads who have only known the game as being the battleground where they prove that they are the best at what they do. I think even the league stage is matter quite a lot to these lads. And top players from the previous game, I mean, we do see SnipeYT as the MVP of the game as well. But I think it was killer for DRS, who did a phenomenal job making sure it was DRS and not JyanMaara at the end who got the chicken dinner. Because look at the difference right there. Damage dealt in the favor of JyanMaara. Damage received in the favor of JyanMaara in the sense that they took very less damage, which is like always a good thing, right? They have more eliminations, they have more knockouts, the survival time and on average is more, and they have secured more points. So even though DRS got the chicken dinner, which was important because that gave them the point boost to get to 23, JyanMaara with the eliminations, they hit 27 points from this match, and I would love to see what the overall rankings are going to look like right now, because JyanMaara had a pretty nice game in the first one as well.
Oh, they did have a pretty great game. And JyanMaara, as you can see in the match summary, SnapYT is going to be with the highest kills. Now, we talked about this man, right? At this point, South Asian region, all the players that are playing in here, we've seen them, or we have been casting them for years now. And we know the amount of experience these players bring. But what I really want to focus on are the new players, are the rookies that are coming in here, because they also bring in a lot of promises. They also have some of the sharpest mechanical skills.
I mean, definitely. I mean, you always talk about the young lads showing up with their mechanical prowess, but there is one thing the veterans have. It is the experience. It is the game sense that takes years to develop. And again, it is definitely kind of a mix that you do look for in your lineup, having the mechanical prowess, having the young bloods who bring in the aggression, plus the veterans who know how to tame the situation and try and see what the best outcome they can achieve in any particular scenario that they are inside the match. But again, the match rankings in front of us, so 27 points for JyanMaara, 23 for DRS, and then there's a massive drop as we have Skylightz Gaming on the third with just 14 points. They were doing so well. They had such a good position, and they were taking a lot of fights as well. So I believe a lot of the points have been taken away, have been stolen away from them. We do have Stalwart Esports on the fourth as well. IHC taking a dip as they finish with just 7 points in this game, out of which 6 are for the elimination. So classic IHC move right there. They have done that in the past as well, just be all about the elimination points, and even in this game they continue to do the same thing.
But hey, surprise, surprise, now we have the zone analysis, and who's going to do it? Because Osha's not here, and I'm not willing to do it, Johnny, so you're going to have to take it over.
Yeah, I guess it has to be me this time, as again, so this time we do see an interesting shift of the circle later on in the game as it starts to move south from here on out. But Skylightz Gaming, I loved their approach to this game. Always just sticking on the edge. They knew it's Miramar. Rotating is not an easy job on this map, and they use that to their advantage quite nicely. And just giving the fact that the circle was between Hacienda and Junkyard for a long time, which is quite an open area with a lot of hills. So if you took early control of those hills, you will definitely have an advantage in spotting out the competition headed in your direction. You will be better prepared for the action. And while all this is happening, I mean, while we do talk about Skylightz Gaming slowly and steadily moving into the circle, look at DRS. So you might think just because they're close to Stalwart Esports, we're going to see an epic fight. Does not happen. DRS, they move in right a little bit north of T2K, and they just hold their position. I think 7C at one point wanted to take a fight against DRS, but they even denied them the opportunity to do that. DRS, they were just under the radar of every single opposition, and they did a phenomenal job surviving to the late game stages in this match.
Exactly, and as you can see, 7C2 at this point, they were also getting charged on by two teams, right? From the front, it was Skylightz Gaming, and then from the left, it was DRS, who was just constantly pressuring them down. And this is something that I'm always worried about for a team like 7C. Now, this happened last game too in the game of Erangel. If you remember, 7C, they were getting constantly peppered down by the team of Stalwart Esports. And we have been seeing this over and over again in the South Asian region, especially even if you're going to let a little bit of angle slip by, teams and players, they're going to capitalize on top of it, and there's going to be no room for error. So you better try and play things to perfection. You better be as cautious as possible. At this point, you might as well just be paranoid.
I mean, definitely, and paranoia does help you achieve a lot of success. I mean, that has been the case with PUBG Mobile. I mean, I'm just being specific to the game, right? Let's have a look at the open moments, though, while we are just going to introspect about where we are in this sort of entire fiasco about being paranoid or not. I mean, as far as in the game, it is going to be quite a good thing for you, because otherwise stuff like this is going to happen. You're going to be hiding behind a rock thinking that you have all your angles covered, but yeah, all of a sudden you find yourself knocked out.
Oh no. And as you see, Skylightz Gaming right here, we did see ElementriX. They went down in such an unfortunate way, and then you have Skylightz Gaming too right in the front trying to just make some things happen. IHC over here had quite a decent showing. I wouldn't really say a good showing because at this point, IHC, they started things off quite well, but then later on, it seems like they're also losing a grip on the game, a couple here and there, which is understandable. Again, I'm going to say it over and over again. League play does not freaking matter. But again, day 2 is where I feel like things are going to keep on amping up. As day 2, I call it the day of comeback. This is where the latter half of the board, they try their best. They give it all they've got to try and make it on the top 16.
I mean, second day is definitely quite important for the teams that are sitting in the second half of the leaderboard from 10 to the 20th position. But I think for the teams at the top, this is going to be about establishing themselves, asserting dominance on the rest of the lobby, if you will. But again, ladies and gentlemen, it was a map of Miramar. We saw a lot of action. Quite late in the game, so there was opportunity for these teams to take extended fights against each other, and that is why I do see quite consistently high damage numbers on the teams, even the teams that took an early exit, even DRS, you see them with 839 damage, 4 eliminations secured. But JyanMaara and DRS specifically towards the closing moments of the game managed to secure 8 eliminations. Is phenomenal, and JyanMaara being really consistent throughout the entirety of the game, securing those 15 eliminations. That game for them, I mean, it deserves an applause. That was a beautiful match.
Oh yeah, that was indeed a beautiful match for sure. You talked about asserting dominance. How do you assert your dominance?
I mean, you just get like 20 plus eliminations in the game. Make sure the other teams are going to fear you once they go into certain particular maps. I mean, IHC, they have done that on Erangel, so I guess it's time we just see them rinse and repeat. But they're not going to be there for the last game, so they're going to have to wait till tomorrow to do that. And on the overall rankings, though, Skylightz Gaming, oh, Necro, the rivalry, it's here already. IHC, Skylightz Gaming, the names the lads used to play for, they might have changed, but their tendencies to just show up out of nowhere, they remain the same, just 3 points separating the two teams.
Yeah, just 3 points separating themselves. IHC, they're all the way at the top. I mean, wow. I don't know what to say at this point. I mean, we did see the Mongolian region kind of slipping off later in the game, but still it seems like IHC, somewhere down the line, they're trying their best to get those points in their pockets. Skylightz Gaming, though, just 3 points. As you said, not a lot of points different, but kind of like differencing between them. So I'd see there's going to be a little paranoia building up onto themselves if they want to be the king of the hill or if they want to keep the throne to themselves. But again, it doesn't really matter. It's just league play. On the other half of the board, though, you have Savage Esports, who has been suppressed for a long time now. The Vibe Esports as well, moving on forward. But if you are, okay, I'm going to put you in a really tricky spot here. If you are the coach of TRZ, what are you going to tell them?
I mean, just tell them to try and secure placement points in the last game and see if that works. Otherwise, just forget about today, forget about day 1 of the league play even happened. Just focus on tomorrow. There's going to be 3 Miramars happening tomorrow, just 2 Erangels. So maybe you can try and pick up a few placement points. I mean, again, it is about making the cutoff, which right now it looks like it's going to be about 30 to 35 points tomorrow. To make it not even 30 to 35 points, somewhere around 30 points tomorrow to make it to the Super Weekend, to the very first Super Weekend. And that is not that difficult to achieve if you're playing 4 matches, right? If you do manage to get even 6 placement points with 3 to 4 finishes in every single match, 4 matches in, you're going to have a pretty decent total tally. You're going to be in the Super Weekend, but that sort of also depends. I mean, because you did mess up in the games that happened earlier on in the day. So that puts you in a tricky position that, again, as you said, during the game, Necro, the margin for error, it's not going to be there. It's literally 0. You can't make a single mistake. You can't miss out on any point. You see a lad knocked out in the open, you have to try and secure that finish. You see someone getting knocked out in a building, you know there's a team that's going to charge upon them. As soon as they get the second knock, just wait for the opportunity to take both the squads out. So again, for TRZ, they're going to have to be quite patient, not jump into fights before making sure that it is 4v4 that they're running into, and there is no threat of them getting third-partied out of nowhere. I think that is something that needs to be focused on. And again, avoid any early game aggression. That has to be made like instilled in their souls right now. Just avoid early game aggression.
I mean, yeah, it seems like, dude, look, TRZ, you talked about them for a really long time, but it seems like now the next game is lined up and ready for all of us. The final game of the day, ladies and gentlemen, the final Erangel map that you guys are going to be able to see. That means Group A is going to be sitting this one out. Dax, Steel Esports, IHC, and Venom Esports are not going to be playing in this one. That means the team that is right underneath them, Skylightz Gaming, they're going to have their fair share chance to try and close in and also get that #1 spot for themselves.
Well, let's see. I mean, everyone is going to try and secure the first position, but after this game, I mean, even in the overall rankings, Skylightz Gaming, for them, it's going to be pretty easy. Stalwart Esports is behind them and not too far behind on the points, just 6-point difference between the two teams. So I think, again, it is going to come down between Stalwart and Skylightz Gaming. But hey, the plane is here, ladies and gentlemen. The flight path is going to be in front of us right now as well, starting from the southwestern position. In fact, it's just south of Peripia and going all the way towards the east edge of Severny, between Severny and Stalwart.
I mean, there are definitely going to be a couple of teams. But as you guys can see, as you said, TRZ already ejecting out the plane. Now, TRZ is one of those squads or one of the organizations that has been in the PUBG Mobile scene for a really long time. And the struggle as well from this organization over and over has been seen over the years, over the ages, it has been seen. And at this point, I don't know what they can do to try and avoid being on the bottom of the board. Now, again, you guys might come at me and say that, hey, it's just the league play, it's just day one. You can't just judge a team right here in the day one. But hey, again, if you're all the way going to be in the bottom of the board in day one, I don't know what to expect in day two, because day two is the day of comeback. You might just make some comebacks happen and barely qualify in top 16, but then you need to understand on super weekends, it's a whole nother rodeo.
I mean, Necro, you got to pick a side, man. If you say a league play, it doesn't matter. I mean, if they even qualify to the super weekend, then it's fine, right? Because that is where it's going to be important for them to secure the points. But again, I do agree with you on the point that you need to have a strong start to the tournament. So the lads, they do stay motivated. They are going to feel confidence once they approach the super weekend, where we will see a few of the teams turn the heat up by quite a lot. And trust me, when I say this, by quite a lot.
Oh, man, talk about the heat, though. Look at Venom Legends, a 2-2 split already. Kind of separated out from the rest of the pack, those two players, but ElementriX is quite close to them as well, so there's always going to be a little bit of threat lingering around on top of their heads. But as you can see, the rest of the squads right there, the circle is kind of tilted a bit nothing. It is still a centralized circle, though, so a lot of teams, they don't really need to worry about things. For example, Deadeyes Guys, they're right in the smack center, including Vibes Esports as well. So I had to talk about this, right, in the North American region.
Yeah.
Dropping off early with a split, especially knowing that there are a couple of teams around you. Now, doing this on day one, okay. But doing the same thing on day two and its super weekends, I feel like that's quite questionable, because that's when a lot of teams, they do whip out their notebooks, and now they know you drop separated, so they might just try and isolate a duel against that player that is separated out.
I completely agree with you. I mean, it's a high-risk, high-reward situation. So the risk being, if you do get picked off, you do lose out on 2 players. But the reward, it comes with the fact that if you are going to loot a little bit quicker, you cover more positions on the map, so you have more information available with exactly where the other teams are trying to position themselves. If you catch someone off guard, you can try and well, you won't really try and go for the pick with the 2-2 split, but depends on how many players you have spotted out and if you are willing to take that sort of fight. I mean, if it was IHC Esports, I'm pretty sure they're just going to run in and try and see if they can wipe out the entire squad with just 2 players. But most of the teams are going to try and avoid situations like that. We did see, I mean, I'm pretty sure you were talking about JyanMaara as well. I mean, they also went for a 2-2 split quite close to the center of the map. In fact, could have been in a troublesome situation had the lads from Savage Esports decided to do what DRS did back in the day, just drop with a Yasnaya drop, leave 1 man outside the city. But they got lucky. They have the position of Lipovka, JyanMaara under control quite nicely. On our screens right now is Deadeyes Guys. Now, always, Rozhok is their home. They know how to fight from here. And since this circle is completely centered around Rozhok and the Water City, Deadeyes Guys, they're going to be feeling very comfortable and at home in this game for the next 20 minutes.
Oh, they indeed are going to be feeling really comfortable. talk about feeling comfortable, though. I mean, I don't know how things are going to be looking like for the team that are all the way in the outskirts of the zone, right? For example, you talk about ElementriX, which are already one of the teams that is already on the struggling phase. And you talk about teams like TRZ, who are all the way in the bottom of the board. Now, TRZ, they're all the way in Primorsk. They have a huge way to go. They have a long way to go, and I don't know how they're going to try and make that way, or I don't know how they're going to try and pass that journey, because in the front, the entire way is just filled with thick and thorns.
Well, it's definitely not going to be easy for them. And Erangel this time is off to an interesting start, considering we are 5 minutes in. We haven't seen a single one of these lads go out. We haven't seen them trying to force the fights as well. So again, we're going to have to wait a few moments for the action to start popping up. ElementriX on our screens right now. Quite a safe position for them as well. We've already talked about DRS just south of Milta. They have 1952 that they have to worry about. Position towards the farm area right now inside of the game. So DRS, while rotating, will have to be extremely careful that they don't come across either 1952 or JyanMaara, who are towards the northern parts, towards Mansion, Shelter, and Lipovka. JyanMaara playing quite split right now in the early stages of the game, and it won't be easy for either of these teams to try and take any edge fights right now, because again, all the positions, Mansion, Shelter, to farm, from the southern farms of Yasnaya to the actual farm spot on the map, I think it's quite difficult to take sustained fights. It's quite open. You can go for like a semi-extended fight if it is a situation that you have the man advantage, and if it's 3v4 or 4v2 or a 3v2 scenario. But if it's a complete 4v4, I think the best decision these teams could make, especially DRS, is just keep moving forward. And I think the game is already set up for them, since 1952 have abandoned farm and leave a spot for DRS to move in. Although on the other side, Raw on our screens could have secured a lot of points in the previous match, but unfortunately for them, they were taken out quite early by the third parties that happened.
Talk about the third parties, though. Man, in this region, there's not a lot of third parties, trust me.
Yeah.
When you go to the NA region, that's when you see a lot of third parties right there. Teams, they're just out to get you. They're just going to wait around in the outskirts, hoping that, okay, you're probably going to fight. And as soon as you do, they're just straight up going to charge on you. And that's when you really do get paranoid about the third parties. Talk about the third parties, though, Johnny. You actually left your glasses right here, and I'm going to wear them.
Oh, no! My glasses! It's fine. It's gonna be fine. But it is definitely gonna be quite not fine for the lads of T2K. Oh no, and Savage Esports, all of a sudden they lose out on one of their key players, Sanchir. They got too overconfident. They got too comfortable by the fact that they had T2K right in their side. Forgot about the fact that even they can take a hit, and Eisenberg is going to be forced to back off towards his team. It's a 3v4 right now, and Savage Esports are going to be sitting at a disadvantage.
Savage Esports already getting kind of handicapped right there. Not really one of the best scenarios you want to be in at this point in time in the game. Hustler was trying to dish out a couple of players in the front. For now, we don't really see a lot of things happening for sure, though. Savage Esports, as you said, one of the players has been taken out, so now it is going to be early series of trouble for that team. But on the other hand, if you take a look at the map, there's quite a lot of teams that are trying to traverse inside the zone. Car 98 in the hands of Eisenberg. He's trying to crack some skulls open. He's trying to light some skulls up. Oh, this one was quite close. At this point, he's just trying to spam it out, hoping that maybe some of the shots connect. Oh, that went closed.
Well, it was quite close, but again, with 2 seconds left for the blue zone to close in, where's the next shift going to be, ladies and gentlemen? The second circle will be on our screens in a few short moments, and I guess even Savage Esports are going to be waiting to see where this one will lead them. But T2K on the other side, Hershey is going to be found off guard, and Sandesh securing the pick. Savage Esports, they're trying to get out of this, but trained to kill, as the name suggests, they have been trained to kill, not let things go. but they do have to let a few of them go, as all of a sudden Savage Esports, they have quite a nice distance between them and lads from T2K. They have found the safety that they were yearning for, and Train to Kill, they're going to be forced to disengage as well. JyanMaara Snipe YT finding the AUG with the level 3 kit in this airdrop is going to be quite happy about the upgrades.
Talk about being happy, though. How happy are you these days?
Quite happy, in fact. I mean, the PMPL South Asia is back, so yeah, I'm pretty stoked.
Man, you're such a sellout.
I mean, I love being here. I mean, it's always quite amazing just watching the new teams, the new names. And I mean, it is fun to enjoy the gameplay of the veterans, but I think the main focus for me, at least for the Pro League, is watching the young talents grow.
Exactly. And that's what I like to see as well. I mean, we've been casting these veterans for a long time, right?
Yeah.
What we want to see is a new upcoming talent that's going to surprise every single one of us. We want to see that mechanical prowess being pulled out. We want to see some sharp aim. We want to see some sharp gun skill backed up by a veteran player.
I mean, again, and talking about the veterans, I mean, we've seen their starts of the journey and as well. I mean, you talk about Assault Kazi, because Raw Esports is right now on our screens. We saw them, we saw what they were capable of back in the days. Talk about the lads from IHC, talk about Stalwart Esports, who used to play under a different banner back then. I mean, qualifying from the wildcard qualifiers for their first Pro League, and then just showing up big on the big stages, proving that they have what it takes, and they are in every way equal to the lads that have been performing for a long time, and they made a name for themselves. But that was the good old days, right? This time as well, I mean, we are still gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for the first week before I start taking names of the younger players that I want to see move forward.
Younger players. Always something that brings kind of smiles on our faces. Young talent, young blood, boiling blood, as you like to call them. Aggression filled all in their veins.
Exactly. There's a reason behind it. The newer players tend to be a lot more aggressive. They take a lot of fights, which is not necessarily a good thing for the team at the end of the day. But hey, I mean, we love action. We love seeing the gunfights happen in this game.
Mm-hmm.
And that is why it's quite exciting to see what the new younger players are going to be capable of. But right now, Necro, there's quite an interesting situation. Look at the Potato Hill just towards the east of Pochinki.
Mm-hmm.
There's JyanMaara on the top. There's High Voltage is holding their position. Stalwart Esports are quite out in the open, and DRS is closing in as well. It's going to be a bloodbath on that mountain.
Oh, it is. It is indeed going to be a bloodbath. Two teams quite close to each other as well, as the circle takes a hard shift on the left. All the teams on the right side, as you said, as you pointed out, on the Potato Hill as well, they're going to start to move in. As I'm going to hold on to my words for now, Savage Esports, they did have this high ground to work with, but still trying to kill Legend. He knew the player didn't really have the HP to work with. Hustler now taking out the game. Eisenberg also has a little bit of high ground to work with. They're not really finding his sweet spot, and now Eisenberg is just getting charged on Legend. That's quite a legendary moment, or that's quite a legendary entry, but he's not able to convert a lot of things from that. And from the back, it's going to be another player of T2K to try and seal the deal, to try and gather his ashes all the way from the back. As Savage Esports now eliminated out the game in the first spot.
And that's quite unfortunate. I don't know why Train to Kill had to be so brutal as to go hunt them down. They didn't just do anything to them. Like Savage Esports, they were just aiming on Train to Kill, and Train to Kill, they just go for a very dominating finish right there. The first squad elimination of the game, but look at what is happening to Deadeyes Guys. As High Voltage, they do find the opening, but can they go for the finish? 1952 looking to be a part of the action as well, but they need to be careful. There's a squad closing in their rear, and it is going to be vibes. We're here to enjoy the vibes, the happy vibes of the squad fights, ladies and gentlemen. Assassin completely pinned down on the first floor as the rest of the lads from the Deadeyes Guys squad start to line up their utility to take him down, but that is not going to happen. Assassin taking the rooftop for himself. Frag Boy trying to see if he can get to Shifu and initiate the revive, but Assassin with an 8 in his hand just getting the perfect cover fire from his teammates in the rear. And look in the distance, 1952. They have engaged the fight against Vibes, or should I say Vibes? Because they ran in towards 1952. Trulab, what is this gonna be? Already half HP. UMP in his hand. Trulab almost finding the knock. Goes on the reload. It's 1v2. His team is here as well. And Deadeyes Guys all of a sudden find themselves in a wonderful position in this fight. But high voltage, they are not looking to stop anytime soon. And Deadeyes Guys, Schiefer is going to be the last player remaining for his team. A nade being tossed. And this is not looking good at all. The smoke is going to be everywhere. He's denying the vision. Secures just 1 point before he goes. Finishes off for a bean. But high voltage, they finish off. Deadeyes Guys secure the point win. And they will look to, well, be a part of the next fight that's happening in the distance, I believe. 1952 against Vibes.
Oh man, and already one of the players from 1952, actually another one of the players, he goes down. Entry as well has been taken out. We always know Entry has been one of those players who likes to play in the front, and he actually gives the entry to the enemy team. That's why his name is Entry. But yeah, Vibes though. Oh, that nade's quite close, and the players are taken down low as well. 1952 now. They're going to get hurt, and the salt is just being rubbed on the wounds over and over again as Vibes. They're going to take down the final man as well behind the tree. 1952 taking an exit on 14th place. Not really one of the great spots to get taken out from. But hey, it's okay. It's just day one. You still have another couple of days to try and make your comeback happen in this tournament. Venom Legends right in the front. Another circle shift takes place. As Venom Legends, they're going to find themselves in a lucky spot.
Well, when Venom Legends for now do have the opportunity, do have a little bit of a breathing room. Since there are a couple of minutes before the teams like Vibes, before the T2K start to close in on their direction, but on the other side, the Stalwart Esports, having figured out that A1 Esports is on the slope of the mountain, do want to take this fight, and they have dished out a little bit of damage, but Top wants to make sure that they're completely safe in getting those knocks. Goes for a nade, is not going to find anything with that, but Stalwart Esports, I feel like they're waiting for the lads inside the circle to also chime in to the situation and provide a little bit of a backup to Top and his teammate Pika as they try and wrap around. Are they sandwiching A1 Esports? That is the big question, because look at how Top is moving. He's moving to the blue edge. Oh, he wants to go for a wide rotation, try and group up with his teammates, with the rest of Stalwart Esports crew inside the circle.
Oh, man. Look at the nade. It's quite close. But two players from TRZ have already been taken out. Now the team is handicapped big time. 2-on-3 situation in the front. A nice nade placement coming through. And TRZ now seems like they're able to get the grip back up on this game. Storm is actually going to go for the rest. So this is quite a mature choice. They're not going to try and charge on forward. Instead, they're trying to play things as safe as possible as they do find the confirmation on JyanMaara. Well-placed nades. It's going to set them up for a nice success, but now they need to try and deal with another wave of enemies. It's going to be DRS closing in the compound. Cat taken down quite low. They just want to confirm this kill. Are they going to be able to? No, Cat actually heals himself back up in the nick of time, so that's going to be good news for TRZ. They get the reset through.
Well, let's see. I mean, if the reset comes in, it's going to be quite interesting, but TRZ, as we do see them completely pinned down, rules with, well, they almost going in through the window. Maybe Delta can line this one up. The lads from DRZ have done a phenomenal job of setting up crossfires, right? Everyone covers each other, and there's no way for DRS to move in directly. But look at this Skylight against T2K. They have 3 knocks. Just the last player remains. Suyo hiding in the smoke. Takes a lot of damage, and Skylight Gaming, Mafia Ninja, what did you just do? Let them live, let them breathe. 4 points secured by Skylight Gaming. Train to Kill have been eliminated from this match. That's the 5th exit of the game, ladies and gentlemen. First, it was Savage Esports, 1952. Then JyanMaara going down, Deadeyes Guys, and now Train to Kill. And it is 11 teams, 42 players still remaining in this game as we head almost to, well, the 5th circle is, yeah, I was about to say almost to the 5th circle. We are headed towards the 6th now.
Yeah, got a lot of teams alive still. TRS and TRZ. This fight has came down to a stalemate. As both these teams, they don't exactly know where the enemy team's placed on for now. But DRZ, they're playing quite pushed back. They're playing this quite safe and passive. Makes a lot of sense too, especially TRZ. They know their condition in this tournament, at least in the first day, it isn't really that great. So they at least want to get things back in their hands in the final game of the day. So maybe moving forward on the second day, they will have a better momentum flowing through their veins.
And
But
you never
DRS,
know.
yeah, but look at DRS, the way they're trying to play this. They're playing this really smart, right? You do see
Yeah.
a 2-2 split in this compound. They're trying to wrap around TRZ. Is that what I'm guessing? But still, they're just trying to find one opening. One single opening with this nade is going to give them a go call, and this might just do it. Oh, this was quite close. Delta. Oh, you need to also watch out because there are some returning nades coming on your direction.
Yeah, and they do have an opening for themselves, the players from TRZ. If they do manage to wipe out DRS in this action, I think this is just going to turn the standings on their heels. But look on the other side, Stalwart Esports taking a fight against A1 Esports. But what has happened to TRZ?
No.
The Molotov is going to burn them alive. As Skopshi tries to see if he can sustain these heals,
Oh
try
my
and stay alive
God.
for a few extra seconds. Oh, he runs in, he jumps into the fire. The flames of hell are going to claim him now, and DRS, they're going to be happy about this. 3 eliminations secure, the last lad lying on the floor, and Delta is going to get another knock, another point being secured for DRS. A bunch of happy lads just running around with the utility and the guns and securing those. Oh, Carlson,
Yeah.
that's quite a distance. That was from so far away. How did he see him?
I mean, hey, that's why he's playing right there, right in the Pro League, and we're not. Galson just showing some inhuman aim and also some eagle eyes over there, but he also has the arm in the back, and now he's put the final nail. Or actually, no, scratch that. You might as well just call it final, because eating such an arm bullet in that way, I would rather just try and rage quit out the lobby, but I'm going to hold on to my words for now as ElementriX, they do spot out a couple of smokes in the front, and hoping that maybe they're going to be able to at least find some couple of knocks through the smoke. They're just hoping that maybe they're going to be able to catch some bullets on the enemy team. Spraying through the smoke, Joker, and the Molotov's quite close. You make sure that you're not really want to fall on top of the flames. Now he's also getting charged on forward, Joker. The pressure is going to keep on building up as they're trying their best to keep the pressure on, but HB, oh, unfortunately they get eliminated out the game. Wipes, they have all their players up.
Yeah, Vibes doing a phenomenal job, but look at the survival status of the team, ladies and gentlemen. Skylight Gaming going, well, Mafia Ninja going on a rampage as Skylight Gamings have secured 11 eliminations in this game. Nima is going to find 1 elimination with a nade. AJ trying to wrap around, trying to see if he can take on the lads of Vibes as well. This is turning out to be an interesting match if you are rooting for Skylight Gaming, ladies and gentlemen, because they are basically the cleanup crew right now. Whoever is left in the server is just getting picked completely apart. And Venom Legends, they take an exit. We're down to the top 6 teams. 18 players still alive. A1 Esports, just 1 lad remaining. DRS, 2 players remaining. ElementriX with 3. And Stalwart, Vibe, and Skylight Gaming with all 4. But that's not going to be the case for a little while longer, ladies and gentlemen. DRS, they up and down in the open. Mafia Ninja going for a spray. He has found 1 knock already. Can they make sure that DRS get eliminated from this game? And again, Necro, this is going to be such an awkward position for the lads of Skylight Gaming to be in. It's the old banner that they held themselves for so long, and now the new lads that are playing under the same name, I think they just want to make sure that this happens. They want to make sure that DRS, they go down and Skylight is the one who takes them out.
I mean, it's pretty much done for DRS at this point because they're out in the open. They only had the Weakles as the last glimmer of hope to try and make it in the zone. If they are not going to be able to use those Weakles, that means they will need to try and run out in the open. And I'm pretty sure at this point, they don't even have a lot of smoke grenades to try and create a pathway. As I said, DRS Gaming, they get eliminated in 5th spot. Not really a bad spot to get eliminated from, but still, ElementriX is up and alive, and this is quite a great news for them. As this time, ElementriX maybe potentially can try and win this game. Again, as I said, potentially. The hopes and dreams are still pretty hard to achieve for them. As Stalwart Esports, that is right in front of him. But a big man from Stalwart Esports has been taken out. It's action. But as long as you have Scry and Pika and top alive, that's all you need. The entire squad of Skylightz Gaming, now they're going to move out in the open. Skylightz Gaming, they're trying to be really proactive, but they're being a little too proactive in this spot as the Weakle's going to blow up, and so does the player of Stalwart Esports.
Well, I mean, they did have one opening. They found one knock, but all of a sudden, Top and Pika have been taken out. Scry, he does give a revive to Pika. Is going to try and see if he can hide behind the smoke, but that is not going to be the case. DRS, they are still, Skylightz Gaming, they are still moving forward in their direction. And, well, they've secured a few more picks as Top has been finished off. A lot of utility exchange between the two of the biggest names in the server right now. But still, Skylightz Gaming, they do find their way of coming out on top. Look at Pika, his HP solo. One more nade in his direction. He's going to get knocked out instantly. It's a little bit short, but the second one was on point. And Skylightz Gaming, that's their cue to move in, finish off Stalwart Esports, and then take their place on the edge of the circle. But while they do that, Vibes, they have them spotted out. AJ is going to take a lot of damage as he moves forward, but Jiggle, you need to be careful. Just has a tree that he has to hide behind. Top 3 teams in the server, Necro, and, well, again, it is the Titans of Nepal against each other.
Oh, man. The Alpha Titans against each other. It's like a triangle of death, and now Vibes, they're trying to move in. Galzin is right here, but Galzin doesn't really have a lot of HP to support him. But he still challenges that fight. The amount of confidence this team has in general is just absolutely insane. And now Vibes, they're getting pounced on. They're getting dismantled slowly and steadily as another player goes down from their side. Not really a great sign for sure, as Joker is only the only man left alive for that team, all the way in the back, and the only thing that's holding him alive is those smoke grenades. As time is going to tick off on those smokes, as the smokes are going to fade away, his lifeline's going to fade away too. Wait, Joker, he's trying to have that little trigger discipline, but now ElementriX, they're going to try and third-party this.
I mean, this is going to be a new record. 20 eliminations already secured by Skylightz Gaming, and if they clean up ElementriX, that's going to be a lot of extra points headed in their direction. In fact, 3 extra points, and look at the nade. Jarlson taking Sus down with a wonderful 3-pointer grenade. And as he does that, he focuses his attention on the last 2 lads that stand between him and victory. Liquid is going to get taken out, and the last player in front of AJ, he goes for the finish. And ladies and gentlemen, DRS, they have done it. 23 eliminations secured in a single game. They take the first on the overall leaderboard as well. 38 points in a single match. Skylightz Gaming, they are here to win it all. They are here to conquer this PMPL again. And even though, Necro, you might state it's just the league stages, it does not matter. Skylightz Gaming, I mean, these lads, they've done it before as well. They were playing under a different team, but hey, the team name might have changed, but their attitude towards the game hasn't. They like to win. They like to win in style.
Exactly, man. Just absolutely a nuts way to show yourself. 23 kills? That's, I don't even know what to say at that point, because 23 kills, that speaks for itself. I mean, look,
yeah.
You said DRS while they actually won. You know, the word slipped out. Makes a lot of sense too, though, because they've been playing under that banner for a long time, and they actually took out DRS for that win right there too. So hey, Skylightz Gaming in general, the way they played that previous game, though, it seems like that org name right there has given them a lot of upgrades.
I mean, Skylightz Gaming, that game is definitely taking them to the sky, but oh my god, what a game. And we need to break this down, but that is going to happen after this very short break. What an amazing day it has been, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again after the break to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Spring Season of 2022, brought to you by the official smartphone partner of PUBG Mobile Esports in South Asia, Oppo. My name is Warren Super Johnny John, joined by Necro alongside with me. And as I said earlier, it has been an amazing day so far.
Exactly. It has been an amazing day so far. I mean, it has came pretty much to an end, but what a way to end it too, with 23 freaking frags. I mean, you already know Skylightz Gaming is just setting themselves up for succession even in day 2. I mean, the momentum that they're going to be having in day 2, the way they're going to be feeling on Cloud 9, it's going to be another level. But Mafia Ninja this time is going to be the MVP of the previous game. 9 elim points all by himself.
1100 damage
by himself, and 1100 damage. I mean, I have seen teams, 4 players in total, doing that much amount of damage and winning the game.
Alrighty, so ladies and gentlemen, it's time to explain the graph once again. So I believe normally what you would see is the outer lines being the silver average and the inner lines being what the player accomplished. But this time, look at where the average lies in terms of eliminations. It's nowhere near. 9 secured by one lad from Skylightz Gaming. Galton is going to be there with his 8 eliminations as well. And yeah, Skylightz Gaming, they did a phenomenal job in this match. But again, props to the lads of ElementriX as well, just surviving for so long, and even they have a decent number of exits on each one of them, so their points tally is going to be quite nice. But we have Wives Joker in the lineup with 853 damage dished out, just 2 eliminations secure. Pika from Stalwart Esports is going to be here as well with 475 damage and 3 eliminations. With Mafia Ninja and Gyalzen, they're going to be the two heroes, the duo that took it all on upon themselves and well dished out a lot of brutal beatings to their opposition.
Brutal beatings. I mean, that's like fatality right there.
Yeah,
I don't even know. That's like giving the final finisher. That's like the SmackDown. But yeah,
whatever
Skylightz
you
Gaming.
would call it.
Yeah, Skylightz Gaming just revealing everything they have. But now, Johnny, we talked about this, right? If you're going to be revealing your strats in the league play days, you better have something prepared for the Super Weekends, because we've seen a lot of teams who actually do get countered in the Super Weekends. Now, you are doing pretty well in the league play, understandably. You get a lot of points, you get a lot of kills for yourself. Now, this in itself kind of can be like a show-off thing, but that's where it's going to end. It's not going to matter more than that. Just a show-off, just a number for yourself to try and brag about. But now, moving on forward in the Super Weekends, hopefully this team has something planned up. I mean, these players are playing for a long time. I know they're going to have it planned up, but I'm just like making a point.
I mean, I agree with you. I mean, you need to have your strats sorted out for your Super Weekends as well. And I think Skylightz Gaming, they will have already set strats that they will be using during the Super Weekends. They definitely won't be this aggressive during that time, because that is where points matter. But talk about showing off. You were talking about showing off, Necro. Well, look at the match summary. It's the entire team. And it's not even just at the top position. They're everywhere. Look at the highest elimination. You see Mafia Ninja, Gyalzen, AJ, Nima, all 4 of them being present right there. You see the lads of Skylightz Gaming pop up again and again and again and again. This was their game to rule. This was their game to secure the points in. And this was the match that, as I like to say, is going to help them assert dominance from tomorrow onwards, when they are going to be returning to the matches, of course. But look at that, 38 points for the team at top, and Vibes is going to be on second with just 18 points.
Dude, it's not even about asserting dominance at this point. They're going to be the Giga Chat of the lobby, and they're just going to look down on every single team and be like, I can't hear you guys. I'm all the way up top here. You guys need to speak a little bit louder.
Oh, man. I mean, imagine if they did actually do that, but I don't think these lads even talk to each other once they're in the game. So, yeah, I mean, Skylightz Gaming, a beautiful, beautiful end to what has already been a pretty phenomenal day, a phenomenal start to the Pro League South Asia. And that makes me hopeful, Necro. I mean, you do see the smile on my face right now, right? This is in sort of just the expectation, the anticipation of what is going to happen tomorrow and for the next 4 weeks as well. Because, I mean, we're just getting started with our journey.
I don't know if that was smile, dude, but yeah, that was kind of
Was
scary.
smile.
That's going to give me a lot of nightmares. But without wasting any more time, let's head straight into the zone analysis, ladies and gentlemen. This is how things really started off. We saw a little bit of centralized circle at the start, kind of near Pochinki. And then 7C was one of those teams that had the prime positioning. We also had a little bit of thoughts about teams on the potato hill. If the circle did shift on the right side, things could have ended on a complete different note. But then it takes a hard shift on the left. Now, this is where I want to focus on Skylightz Gaming. Look at them.
Yeah.
All the way on the left side. How are they going to rotate in on the right side?
I mean, it was an interesting switch for them as well, because this is when we saw them trying to take a few fights in the earlier stages of the game, specifically against the players of Raw. And as soon as they had them taken care of, look at how easy their rotation is towards the circle. There is no one left to contest them. And they took advantage of that as well. But even while all this is happening, focus on ElementriX. ElementriX, Skylightz Gaming, Stalwart Esports, these three teams just managed so easily to stay under the radar but still secure a few key points for themselves. And Skylightz Gaming, towards the very end, they were just running around, just picking off anyone they saw. They did not care about how many players they were facing. They did not care if the individual lads were running into 1v2s, 1v3s. They just wanted those points. They were desperate for them, and with a good reason, in fact, because as we talked about earlier, Necro, before we jumped into the game, just 3 points separating them and Zeus Esports. Zeus was IHC Esports. I need to get my name straight again. But as I was saying, IHC Esports, they were on the first 3 points separating them and Skylightz Gaming. So now they have a lot more than 3 points, which is going to help them out tomorrow. Because again, going into the first game, going into the early games of the day, Skylightz Gaming will be forced to sit out the first Erangel of tomorrow, which is going to be match number 2. So this helps them get an advantage, get a safety cushion, just in case IHC come back in tomorrow. They get a few chicken dinners. Skylightz Gaming, they're still going to be on top.
Oh, they are indeed going to be on top.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, Skylight's on top. They're never going to flop. If they keep on playing like this, they're going to prove the entire lobby unparalleled. And let me tell you how Skylightz Gaming are going to be feeling right now. They're going to be feeling the alpha mates. They're going to be feeling like the alpha males of the lobby. They're going to be like, none of you guys are on our level. You guys better try to get as close to us, especially IHC. Now they're right underneath them, and IHC watching that performance, sitting back and relaxing, watching that performance right there. IHC is one of those teams that's not going to let that slip by. They're going to try and come back with a counter on day 2. So maybe similar amount of kills or maybe even higher number. IHC, come on. I know you guys got this. Come on.
I mean, yeah, even I'm going to be pretty sure that the lads from Skylightz Gaming, they have this one in the back because they are used to having a target on their back, right? This lineup, these same 4 players, even when they were playing under the banner of a different team last season, they were toe-to-toe with the Mongolian giant Stalwart Esports and IHC, and this time they've shown up with Seal Esports as well. So there's 3 Mongolian teams that are going to be eyeing for that first position, trying to take it away from the Skylightz Gaming and then the rest of the lobby as well. Let's not forget about the rest of the competition, because you never know what's going to happen during the Super Weekend. But the damage histogram in front of us, and look at the difference. Yeah.
Oh my god, I told you. There's just going to be on top, looking down on every single team. And you saw Mafia Ninja at the end. He was just like stretching his arms. I was like, too easy, dude. Just throw me on day 2. I'm here to take these players down. Give me a competition. Look at the overall rankings. 94 points. Oh, what just happened? Skylightz Gaming. Okay, hold on. There's just smurfing on this lobby at this point because IHC, they were quite close to 59 points. IHC, look at that. Look at the lead that Skylightz Gaming have gotten themselves.
I mean, Necro, we couldn't have asked for a better start to a Pro League, because look at this. There's like a massive 30-point plus advantage between Skylightz Gaming and IHC Esports. That's the difference between the top 2 teams. And look at what is happening. So we have IHC on 59. We have Stalwart Esports on 55. Just 4 points separating the 2 Mongolian teams. But then there's DRS, JyanMaara, and Seal Esports all tied up for the 3rd position with 45 points each.
Man, I don't know. You're still looking on the kind of the bottom there, dude. I'm just looking at the top right now. I'm feeling that Skylightz Gaming vibe.
Hey,
but
so
I need it.
So tomorrow it's about qualification. Let's start looking at the bottom 16, 17, 18,
That's what
19,
I was about
and 20.
to say. That's what I was about to say. I was like, okay, I'm gonna get off the train. I'm gonna get off the hype train for a bit, and let's focus on the latter half. As you guys can see, Savage Esports 7C, and I mean Dax, they are in the top 16, but still, you always gotta make sure if you're gonna be from 11th till 16, you're always gonna have that sword hanging on your throats, and those are the teams that are always gonna be feeling the most amount of pressure in the entire lobby, because they would want to make sure every single game they play, it has to be consistent as heck. But as you guys can see, the entire day's card in front of you guys of Skylightz Gaming, Mafia Ninja with 14 elims for all himself in just day one, ladies and gentlemen. And then you have AJ coming in with 10. Then you have Galzen with 17.
I mean, what is this team? What have Skylightz Gaming been feeding these players? they
are.
I'm
just... telling you, it's the Unch OP buff, dude.
Yeah, it has to be. It has to be the Ansh.
It's the Ansh buff.
Yeah,
because like I literally saw Ansh at this point. He has like hit on his phone, on his devices, on his monitor, on his screen. At this point, he might as well just get a Skylightz Gaming tattoo on himself.
I think he already has. We're gonna have to check in on that, but.
That's not
yeah. But yeah, what I was about to say is the domination of the lads of Skylightz Gaming is not just in the terms of the elimination that they have, but the damage that they've dished out in a single day and the average survival time as well just clearly showcases how difficult it has been for the rest of the competition, the rest of the lobby to take this team down. I mean, look at Alex being there with just 10 eliminations compared to the 17 and the 14 that the players have in front of them. I mean, this spring season of 2022, it looks like it's going to be tough for the rest of the competition, and Skylightz Gaming, they're just here to destroy the rest of the competition and to, for once and for the final time, silence that there is any other team that deserves the crown to be called the champions of South Asia.
Exactly. I mean, they've been doing this since a long time, but let me tell you, after that game, this is Skylightz Gaming right here. They're going to be like, hey,
those are my glasses.
We're all the way in the top, all right? We're all the way in the top. You guys stay down there because day one, we already kicked your guys' butts. Now day two, we're looking to conquer the entire thing.
Well, let's see what is going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. But that has been the day so far. And having a look at the summary, I mean, the teams from Mongolia, they were off to a great start. But then the teams from Nepal started chiming in and started showcasing what they were made of. We have Deadeyes Guys showing up big, DRS securing a chicken dinner for themselves as well during the day. And then Skylightz Gaming setting a benchmark for what the teams will have to compete with tomorrow. I mean, look at this, 33. So IHC still do have the highest damage dished out in a single game, which was 33-42, but Skylightz Gaming, they were not too far behind. That is just efficiency on their part, I guess, because with 30-59 damage, they have managed to secure 6 more kills, 6 more eliminations.
6 more eliminations. As you guys take a look at the day summary, I mean, IHC had quite a phenomenal performance, pretty much kicking things off on a good note on match 1, getting that chicken dinner for themselves, and also then later on keeping the pace going, keeping that consistency flowing throughout the day as well. They have been doing a phenomenal job, Johnny. But now, as you said, they're your glasses, they're my glasses now, so do not ever ask me for your glasses ever again.
We're going to talk about that, or I'm going to do what Skylightz Gaming did to the rest of the lobbies in real life. I'm coming for you, Necro, in a few short moments. But again, this is going to be quite interesting to see what is going to happen to tomorrow's matches, because tomorrow is going to be all about. I think I think you're going to need those glasses tomorrow as well, because tomorrow is 3 Miramars, quite a lot of sunlight.
Oh, a lot of desert, huh? We're probably going to be seeing that deserty snake coming in tomorrow. I want to see the Bangladesh region step it up, dude. I mean, it's been a long time, especially in day one. We haven't really seen any pop-off moments from that side. I want to see A1 Esports. Hey, show that experience, man. Show that experience in the lobby. You've been playing for a long time. We talked about it.
So A1 Esports, I'm pretty sure they're going to deliver. They do take this. This has always been the case with A1 Esports. They like to take their sweet time between the first week and slowly and steadily start stepping up. They have been very consistent from their region. So that is one team that I'm for sure. I know A1 Esports is going to put up a decent performance. The team that I'm going to be worried about is going to be 1952, because Entry has always been the lad for the team that shows up every single time, doing on the words, on the crisp of individual brilliance. I
Mhm.
mean, or just making sure that 1952 they get those points. But
Yeah.
this time it looks like even he is struggling to do that. So the rest of the lads, if they start stepping up, I mean, I do expect 1952 to do well tomorrow, but that is just speculation for now. What is going to happen is going to happen when the matches begin tomorrow. Today, ladies and gentlemen, our time is done. If you guys liked ours, you can follow us on our socials as well. Until tomorrow, take care. Good night. Peace.
go.